afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our city council meeting today. Our first order of business, the mayor will be right back, by the way. Our first order of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance. And if we could get the entire class from TMCC to stand and lead us in the pledge.
Hello. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So glad to have you all here. Okay, we will now have a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor Breckus. Doer absent at this time. Delgado. McKenzie. Jarden.
Here.
Bobzine. Sheevy absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We will now move into public comment. Public comment will be reserved for 3 minutes, no longer than 3 minutes. If you haven't completed what you'd like to say after 3 minutes, somebody from our staff can continue to speak with you in the hall, but we do have a packed room with, I understand, a fair amount of public comment, so we're going to keep it to 3 minutes. So, Madam Clerk.
Madam Vice Mayor, our first public comment is from an anonymous speaker, followed by Thomas McGee.
So I'll pick up where I left off. The State of Nevada Department of Public Safety statistics are not credible until 2013, when about 1/2 or 1/3 EPOs were issued on TPOs, and the same in 2015, and then in 2014. About the same amount of EPOs were issued on TPOs. This means that the judiciary, in alternating years, is granting children protection orders 100% in 2014, and only granting protection orders for 30 days in 2013 and 15. There's not enough data to understand why that is, but we do know that when the president of the District Judges Association is from Southern Nevada, there tend to be less EPOs issued, and that is explained in the evidence doctrine, which you all have a copy of. This is the class material that was presented in 2012 at the District Judges Association meeting. They meet once a year, and these seminars allow them to get continuing education units so they can continue practicing as judges. The issue presented at this seminar was regarding proper person and in form of paupers litigation. All TPOs are done in proper person. The state of Nevada receives VAWA funding from the federal government to set up these agencies statewide. And so this material was presented at the seminar on how to keep these TPO cases out of the courtroom. This document you have, and this brings us to Washoe County. Now, in 2013, Clark County went to mandatory e-filing. Washoe County went to mandatory e-filing 3 months ago, and Washoe County is following in the same footsteps as Clark County with heirs. The clerks, under Rule 21A, clerks are required to file any documents that they receive. Washoe County is not doing that. They are not e-filing the pro-per documents by the children seeking protection orders. What happened in Clark County is domestic violence then reached an all-time high. And City Manager Newby knows that because when she was in management, her last 6 months in management, she saw 2 families murdered due to domestic violence. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Thomas McGee, followed by Tammy Holt-Still.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas McGee, and I live at 10398 Cavalry Circle here in Reno. My wife and I chose to retire and live in the Golden Hills area because of the open space and the horses for neighbors. We felt that was a good investment. I understand that Goldmine Drive is an emergency evacuation route, but I am now concerned about the cattle guards and the speed bumps that have been installed since I have COPD and have been taken to emergency 3 times in the last 3 years. The road construction began 3 weeks ago outside our fence, and both speed bumps with cattle guards appear to me to have been constructed on the wrong side of the roundabout. I have a copy of an official document that shows this error. This makes more sense being in the Palisades entry roads than the Golden Hills entry. In addition, there's wire fencing and pedestrian gates which do not latch suitably for children, bicyclists, and strollers, or even wheelchairs. The concrete strips on the side of the steel railroad traps are highly angled, making it dangerous for cyclists to traverse. They're forced to dismount and pass through the gates with their bikes, not an easy task. The space under the rails is filling up with debris, bottles, cans, etc. I even picked a diaper out of there the other day. I can just imagine what the snowfall in winter will be like when the rails have 6 or 9 inches of snow on top. Will snow removal be provided for the gated sidewalk? One neighbor's child has had his ankle caught while curiously examining the rails. The wheel noise of traffic navigating across the 2 gates can be clearly heard in my house at night, 24 hours a day, and stereo to boot. These gates should have been installed up above the Palisades development where the horses roam freely. We want them removed. I would like to have this agenda looked at and possibly in the next meeting. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe we're going to hold a special meeting regarding this matter, but I do have someone from staff that I wanted to address this issue because it is very concerning. And I know this council cares greatly about this concern. So I think, Mr. Jennings, Eric, are you going to be addressing this? And if so, he can do it in the lobby. And I want you to take everyone's names and contact information so that we can have a special meeting regarding this matter. Are you okay with that? So if any of you are here on that item, then I would just ask that you follow Mr. Jennings out into the lobby.
And will this maybe possibly be included on maybe the next agenda of the next meeting?
We have to notice it, so I'm sure that staff will figure out the best time to hear it because I know many of you have concerns and I want to make sure that those are addressed.
Right, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Right.
Madam Mayor,
So I would imagine the other people that are here on that matter, they're going to follow you out to the lobby. All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Tammy Holt-Still, followed by Ken Santer.
Okay, and I am going to be strict with 3 minutes so that everyone gets their public comment in. Okay? All right, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tammy Holt-Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee, for the record, and still here. Sorry I missed the last 2 meetings. I was out of state. I heard that the City of Reno and Planning Commission engaged our committee representatives in the last meeting. Thank you. Today, I ask if the mayor and council have been paying attention to what is happening within their own government. During our flood in January to March of 2017, the City of Reno Stead Sewer Plant Permit Number 74264 was canceled from October 2016 to February 2017 because of failure to comply with the State of Nevada NDEP. Boy, that sounds very interesting. You haven't complied with the terms of your permit, and you definitely did not comply with the requirements of the State of Nevada regarding the Department of Environmental Protection when you were told only 2 million gallons of water per day into Swan Lake. I have the records to verify that. Let's go through this again. October 82 to September of 83, there was 12.42 inches of rain. In October of 2016 to July of 2017, 13.72 inches of precipitation. There was no flooding in 82 and 83, so why is there now? Why is there still now? Look at your topo mapping. Look at your effluent discharge. Look at the aquifer injection. I think you will find your answers. It's time for the City of Reno to stop closing their eyes to the damages they have been creating to their neighbors from their backyard. It's a disaster in our front yard, and it's illegal. You have been sent, or we have sent a letter to the governor asking why NDEP, being the regulatory body, has not put a stop to the Stead Sewer Plant and the City of Reno violations that have been issued. This letter also has gone to the congressmen and the senators with all the information we have found. I'd also like to bring to your attention that effluent water injection from the Stead Sewer Plant may have something to do with the issue that we have at the current time. Of course, this is a Tumwa issue and under their so-called supervision. Please remember, the state of Nevada legislature gave you authority for growth. It didn't give you authority to be destructive to your residents outside of the city limits. Our lake is still underwater, our area is still underwater, and winter is almost here.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor, our next public comment is from Mark Markell, followed by Stephen White.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Your hair looks beautiful, by the way. And how you
This is called
see
Bad Hair Day.
what?
This is what we call Bad Hair Day.
Dude, you never have that hair day.
You're so sweet.
Hi, this is Manager, City Council, everybody. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. I was involved in a drunk driving crash 28 years ago. I was doing we were doing 100, and we rolled 8 times, and I was ejected, and the car landed on my head. I just like to warn people not to drink and drive, especially with the out-of-towners in town. Out-of-towners, be cautious of everybody. Don't drink and drive, please. City people don't drink and drive. And it's just not worth it with all the police presence, all the cops. The financial burden of drink and drive is just not worth it. And you could hurt or kill somebody. It's just not worth it. And anyways, my life now really sucks. 28 years after my crash, I still feel the repercussions. I broke my neck 8 months ago in November. And my electric wheelchair took a poop, but it's hard to do this, but I feel it's important to get this message across that not to get in the car with a drunk driver, not to drink and drive. It's definitely not worth the people. It ruins your lives and other people's lives. And I'm sorry about my voice. Thank you.
Great job. Very powerful.
Stephen White, followed by David Shakar.
Good afternoon, Mr. White.
An angel in the room.
Right? Pretty
You know,
amazing.
I just gotta say, Mark, it's harder for him to get here than anybody else. He comes every time to deliver that message.
Yeah.
An angel is in our presence. God bless him. Oh, Mayor, I came to chew you out today. You know, I'm trying to work with you on this whole business of artists' rights and trying to get the information out to the public about creating community participation in the arts. And, you know, I've been doing this for 15 years in front of the city council. And it seems like, you know, the problem I have isn't with the city council and the mayor. The problem I'm having is with your staff and with your Art and Cultural Commission. Here's a list of things that, you know, are just terrible. Your Art and Cultural Commission, the Reno Art Festival is coming up this month. They required artists to submit 10 images of their artwork. They're not jurying the artwork, they're jurying images of the artwork on a computer screen. It's a standardless jury review committee. They're picking and choosing between artist speech, determining who's worthy of participating in a public event in your city plaza. It's illegal. It's a violation of our constitutional rights. The reason why I know that is Ben Kleinfelter and I sued your city over that very point in 2002 when we won in federal court. The court ordered your city that you could not jury artists. You cannot favor one speaker over another based upon the content of their speech. When you're holding artwork up side by side and judging it, you're judging it based upon the content of the speech. Not only that, Mayor, you said it's against your city policies, which it certainly should be. It's immoral. Yet here they are doing it. Not only are they making the artists submit 10 images of their artwork, they're stealing the reproduction rights of that artwork from those artists. They're making those artists sign a statement that allows the city to reproduce their images, their artwork, in posters and flyers. They can even do lithographs if they want to. Stealing the copyright protections of every one of those artists as a condition of participation in one of these special events. Here's a better one for you. The flyer from the Art and Cultural Commission came out way back in April sometime, and it said the deadline for the jury on this event was April 21st. The application deadline was April 21st. Said that artists would be notified in early May whether they were accepted or not. But then they handed it over to a private promoter and let them run it. And in the flyer it says they did that so they could get national artists, displacing our local artists. But here's the trick to it all. You go on that promoter's website and you look up the Reno Art Festival, they say, oh, spaces are still available. You can go online to this company called Zapplication and you can apply for the Reno Art Festival that was closed back on May 21st. You know why you can apply? Because it's a $20 non-refundable application fee. They're burning artists all over the United States of America for a non-refundable $20 application fee on your Reno Art Festival when the festival was closed to participation on April 21st. And they're still doing that. They also, when they handed it over to the promoter,
Mr.
the
White, I gotta
promoter,
keep you at a
I'm
strict
sorry, I
3
didn't-
minutes so
didn't
that
hear it.
everyone else can have equal time. But I'm gonna.
let's get
have-
together and talk about this.
Okay, I'm gonna have the city attorney address that. You make some good points. Thank you very much. Mr.
Good
Shakar.
morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
My name is David
Or good
Shakar,
afternoon.
independent artist, and I have a suggestion for the city of Reno, and I believe it's a really good suggestion how the city could save money. Over the years, every time there's been a special event, just about every time, a lot of the special event permit holders are ignorant about the rights of artists. And what happens is, because they don't understand the rights, even though to get a special event permit, they have to sign a statement saying that they know the city, county, state, and federal rules. And by the way, one of the things that they should know about that is the landmark civil rights of artists case, White versus City of Sparks, Ninth Circuit, 2007. Anyway, here's what happens. Special event permit holder sees an artist like me on the sidewalk, and they think, oh, that guy is poaching our event. He's stealing from our customers. He should have a permit. Makes sense. They think you should have a permit. But it's not required ever since April of 2014, thanks to this council and those on Bob Cashell's council as well. So then what happens, a special event permit holder complains to the private security. Private security comes over, tells me to move. I don't move, never do. I'm polite. He gets nowhere with me, so then the police come. And this is where the unnecessary expense goes. How would the city feel if a police officer who's required to respond to a complaint goes there unnecessarily, and during that interim, a crime happens that could have been prevented had that police officer not wasted their time and the expense of the city paying them to be there when it's completely unnecessary. The suggestion is when the special event permit holders come in, I hope Alexis Hall is listening to this, Alexis, just tell the special event permit holders, give them a rundown on what the artist rights are. Say there's going to be artists in and around your event. They might be breaking the law, but they probably aren't. Here's what the artist codes are. If they don't have time to tell them that, they should at least let them know that they should check with someone before sicking a private security guard on a citizen that's not violating the law. So in other words, it was just education. If we could let the special event permit holders, all of them, know the basic rights of artists, that they're going to see artists in and around their event, and don't freak out about that. They might be violating the law, they probably aren't, and if they're not, please don't think that you have the right to call the police on them unless there really is a crime that's being actually committed at the time. So it's just a matter of education, and I thank you for your attention to this.
All right, thank you very much.
Ken Santer, followed by Christy.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and the City Council, the members of the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Chapter 719, Reno, Nevada, would like to present to the City of Reno our colors in recognition for the hard work that the city has gone through to form a proclamation that the City of Reno will be forever known as the Purple Heart City. We would like to present you with this flag, and also, maybe for consideration, you would like to accept this Purple Heart sign.
That is fantastic.
And we would like to, if possible, have it at maybe the courthouse or here at the City Hall. For the, you don't have to take pictures, I'm gonna give it to you. All right?
Beautiful.
All right.
You're beautiful. I want to take your picture. Wow. Everyone, give them a round of applause. Please stand up.
Take it up to the front.
Wow. That is so special.
Seeing that we missed August 7th, which is National Purple Heart Day, seeing that the City of Reno does have a proclamation out, you can fly it whenever you like.
Oh, you are
Thank
so
you.
kind. Wow, we are so incredibly touched, and I just want to say, Councilwoman Breckus, she brought this to the council, and so I know it means a lot, but we really thank you so much for your service. Can you come to every council meeting?
Pardon? You know, someday I'll come back
You're so
here
kind to us. We
and
want
I'll
you to
tell you
come.
the rest of the story about the Battle of the Chosen, okay? And I'm sure it will be enlightening for all of you. But if you like, look it up on Google. Just type in the Chosen Reservoir.
Yeah.
That's it.
Wow, we will. and I'm sure we can find a perfect place
Could I
for that.
approach you?
Yes, please do. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Christy Kakaroglu, I apologize, and Linda Nelson.
Hi, my name is Christy Chakarolu. I'm the Executive Director of Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. Thank you, Council, Mayor Shivi, Council members, and new City Manager, Newbie, for allowing us this time to speak. I am here as a partial representative of the One Truckee River Initiative, which was in partnership with Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful and Nevada Land Trust. As many of you know, we have been working on a plan for the river, which was unanimously adopted in September by this council, as well as the City of Sparks and Washoe County. We have been working diligently on implementing the plan, and so we wanted to give you a quick update that things are moving forward and things are going really, really well. We have 4 phenomenal AmeriCorps members who are completing their service this year. They've done amazing work that Linda will be talking about shortly. We're working on helping put together a source water protection plan, as well as we have installed in partnership with, and now 2 life jacket stations in Reno, in Wingfield and Chrissy Cullen Park. Residents can borrow those life jackets and float in the river and then return the life jackets after they don't need them anymore. We have mile markers along the river, which is something that was recommended by our public safety group as a public safety issue. So those have been installed along the river. And we have helped secure funds in partnership with Washoe County from the National Endowment of the Arts for something called the Art Trail, which is going to be a trail along the Truckee River all the way up to the Black Rock Desert. And so we're really excited about some of the installations that may be coming through that. We will probably be coming back within the next couple months because we secured some funding from Renown to create a River Month in May 2018. We're very excited about that, and we're thankful to Renown for supporting this. And we are working very hard on organizing for success. We're looking at what we can do with One Truckee River moving into the future, because this is a really important effort that has been underway in partnership with over 130 stakeholders, and we need to make sure that this lives beyond just our 2 organizations and the staff people that we have working on it. So we're looking at that, and I just want to acknowledge some of the funding that we've had that have helped support this, including funding from Trout Unlimited, REI, the National Park Service has given us significant in-kind contribution in helping guide our organizational efforts. We have received funding from Councilman Dewar, Councilman Bobzian, and Councilman Delgado, as well as significant funding from the Truckee River Fund, and as I mentioned, Renown. So I just wanted to come back and make sure that you all had an update that this initiative is moving forward and we're making progress.
Wow, that's huge. Congratulations. I know you're working so hard, and it's an incredible initiative to keep our river beautiful.
Yes.
So I want to encourage everyone, if there's, one cause to get behind, this is a great one.
Great.
I'm so proud. Good
Yeah,
job.
thank you.
That's great.
Linda Nelson, followed by Jerry Missud.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Manager, and council members. My name is Linda Nelson, and I am the Natural Resource Specialist with the Nevada Land Trust, and I am here today to talk with you also about the One Truckee River project. With me today are 3 of our 4 stellar AmeriCorps watershed educators that I want to introduce, if I could. I've got Emily Ulrich in the back, in red. I've got Meg Parker and Nick Mazzoni here. And who's missing today is Chessie Pullian. Together, collectively, they have been with us a year. Their final day will be Friday. They have completed over 7,000 hours of AmeriCorps work on the One Truckee River project, so it's fantastic, and I'm here to celebrate with you today to let you know a little bit about what they've done. They've completed Watershed Warriors education plans in many schools in Washoe County School District. They have instigated and implemented a river photos contest, which tomorrow night we're having an opening for all the winners of that river photo contest. Those photos will be displayed in the gym across from the Patagonia building on Center Street. So please join us at 6:30 for that. We have completed the River Stories contest. We've had 2 of those, which Councilman Bobzian was a winner on our first River Stories contest. No, don't be modest. Anyway, so he was a great participant. We also did many tabling events with all of these Riverfest, REI, Earth Day, a lot of our Art Paws events and dog events talking to people about pet waste. We created 3 PSA videos that one talks about what is a watershed, the other one talks to people about using certified car washes to keep only clean water in the storm drains. The third video is on pet waste, so those are on our website. We have put together a watershed education plan that will fold into this watershed management plan that will be part of the source water plan. After understanding what all the watershed curriculum was in the area, Meg worked on a watershed education plan that will fold up into this 9 areas for the EPA plan. We have a Truckee River Plant and Wildlife Guide, photographic guide, that's 18 pages that will go out to anyone educating folks on the Truckee River. Beautiful, beautiful guide that Emily worked on. Nick worked on a Truckee River watershed survey of over 1,200 citizens of Washoe County to understand what they know about this area. That's incorporated into this. We have a teacher resource guide that will go out to all of the teachers, talking to them about watershed education and what's available in the community. Emily also worked on baseline mapping of all of the amenities on a 12-mile stretch of the Truckee River and produced what's called an Esri story map. All of these things will be on the One Truckee River website. There will be a tab on that that says education button, and I wanted to share that with you. I wanted to celebrate with you all and with them, thanking them publicly for this incredible amount of service. So thank you.
Yes, that's fantastic. Give them a round of applause. So you've just been a little bit busy. Congratulations, you guys. That's fantastic.
Jerry Mifsud, followed by Kelly Ray. I think he might have stepped out. Let's go Kelly Ray, please. Nope. There he is. Jerry, you're up. Jerry, every time.
Good afternoon. For the record, Kelly Ray of Haber Ray Homes and Development here in Reno. We have adaptively repurposed, constructed, and renovated more than 220 properties in the urban core of Reno in the last 19 years. We currently have several projects being constructed or in the planning and permitting process. Therefore, we make a trip about once weekly to the community development and/or business licensing department on the 2nd floor. So we have a little bit of experience with all the folks up there. And every time we go there, I want to put this in the public forum. We are greeted warmly. We are greeted with courtesy. We are greeted with the utmost professionalism. And it's something that we really, really appreciate, and it really hit me last month, and that's why I wanted to come and tell you in a public forum just how special it is when we do make that trip. No matter what our questions are, and there's a lot of questions, that we have every time we want to do something or there's a problem, they take the time. Claudia takes the time, Dan Hawley takes the time, Jackie takes the time, Michael Chomp takes the time, and all the other staff members. They truly care about what we are doing in this community. And we, Pamela Haberman and I, appreciate it very much. And I wanted to let you know about those City of Reno public servants, because they truly are doing a great public service. And I applaud them on the stage. I don't get to do that very often, but anyway, I just want to let everybody know that. They make the experience much more better for our business. On a second note, Mr. McKenzie on L5, I noticed today, I don't know if this is the proper, but you're donating, or there's a vote to donate $1,000 to the Color Guard. Haber Homes and Development will match that for the Reno Police Department. I'd like to put that on record because it's something that I hold true to my heart. Thank you.
That is very kind. What a class act. First of all, I want to tell you, I know that our staff appreciates it more than you know. More than you know. Because statistics prove people would rather talk about the bad than the good. So I want you to know on behalf of our city staff, they are grateful. That is very kind to hear. Can you come to every council meeting too? But that's what I'm saying, I know they appreciate it. And, yeah, and by the way, I was by your project the other day, it looks fantastic. Fantastic work, thank you so much. Wow. That's
Gary
such a nice
Missed.
council meeting. I don't mean that in a bad way, I just mean sometimes they're a little
Bumpy.
spicy. Okay. All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Gary Mifsud, followed by Sam Dene.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and other council members. You're having a bad hair day. How do you think I feel, Madam Mayor? And I've been before you a couple of times. Why do you have a police officer hand me their card before I go up to the podium? What's going on here? I mean you no harm. That's a little joke now. Relax, okay?
Doing good.
We're all about safety, we're keeping you safe.
Vanity, Madam Mayor. We got that out of the way. Well, I'm Jerry Mifsud, and I live on Paradise Drive. I'm a senior, and we have a lot of concerns about safety for the seniors crossing the street and the speeding cars in the neighborhood. After twice coming before you, Oscar, a good man, he got a hold of me. I think he wants to avoid this, but in all seriousness, we sat down for an hour. He extended my thoughts. What I didn't know is the first time I was here, he was already thinking of these things, but he got onto it. It took us, I don't know, a month or whatever to finally conjoin. So for an hour, I wore out this young man. He'll know better next time than invite me over to his office at noon and not give me a Ritz cracker and some Velveeta cheese. I wanted to steal that Snickers bar out of his desk, but he held on to that. Okay, you know, Oscar, I hope that everything that we had talked about, I've been able to enact and get answers through Reno Direct. Now, those things that we talked about, I'm assuming that it'll get into that avenue of potential action. And you can't answer me, but you should. This is not about a conversation, but that's okay. Let's just keep working on that. I told you I had 3 phases with this effort. The cleaning up, joining the neighborhood, the crosswalk, and Teglia Park. We should be embarrassed. You know, when I think of Mr. it's Teglia's Paradise Park, a person who donated this. I think of John McLaren, who was a curator of Golden Gate Park in my city for 53 years. He looks down proud of what we did, but in San Francisco, but Teglia Park, my God, it's almost given me a feeling that this is about the class system, because when I look at Virginia Park, and when I look at Mariloma, or I look at Jamaica, they're in richer districts. Teglia's district is a poor district. Are we getting that kind of thing? I hope not, because we won't stand for it. It's not Teglia's Paradise Park. It's a Lions Arch Kiddie Park right there. This is about children. And the pond or lake or mud puddle, whatever you call it, I'm going to bring people in to test that water and hold the city for poisoning dogs and children that go over there, and it stinks like hell. And you caught me. This is where you only get 3 minutes. I should stay up here longer and see what the heck you're going to do about it. But in all seriousness, I want you to revisit Teglia's Park because it's terrible. It's just, we families come over there. It's an embarrassment to thousands of people that bring their children in there. But I'll talk to you more about it because I got 3 more
All right.
minutes for
Well,
you.
thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And I know Councilman Delgado is all over this and cares greatly.
Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
that is right.
Seriously, I know that. I had an hour with this guy. He didn't have to look taller than me.
Trust me, there isn't a minute
That
that
irritated
doesn't
me
go by
quite.
that Councilman Delgado's talking about it.
We'll follow up, Jerry.
God bless you and thank
All
you
right,
for all
thank
your
you
work.
so much. Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Sam Dene, followed by Kelly Persish.
Hi there, hi there, over there. Sam, nice smiley face. Sam, DNA, Dene, the DNA of Reno government, the heart and soul and body and mind of Reno government. And I love it when there's a big crowd for the Sam Dene show, although about half of them have left already. I guess they did not realize Sam was coming to the podium. Oh, everybody knows he comes to the podium. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I have a better background than all of those people up there added together, and all of the people in the community who've ever run for mayor or city council added together, not counting me because I've run for it many, many times, but up against the vote stealers, I got no chance. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I flew fighters and bombers, defending our nation against enemies all over the place, including inside of America. I've been coming to these meetings longer than all of these people added together. Actually, before some of them were even born. How's the show going? You guys over there, you guys, you having a good show? Yeah, this ought to be going viral. We got the media wacko freaks back there who are scared to death of Sam Dene. And just because you don't read about Sam in the newspaper doesn't mean that they're not a bunch of perverts. Does not mean that. They are a bunch of cowardly perverts, every one of them. Well, maybe not one of them. They got handcuffs on, so they're not all bad, but their bosses order them to keep DEHNE off of the, out of their paper. Nice smiley chortle over there. By the way, I've been coming to these meetings since 1994, and I've seen many, many people, just like today, many people come up here with brilliant ideas, telling you about wonderful things that they've done, and the mayor gets up there and cheers and say, wonderful, yay, 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 stand up and give a shout. Guess what? I am responsible for more good things in this community than all of those people added together. I'm responsible for 92% of the good things about Reno, starting with saving Burning Man, saving the Air National Guard, which would no longer be here if it wasn't for me, and bringing the mighty Tesla to Reno. Some of those things I did all by myself, some I had help with. But anybody want to come up and challenge? You got all these new people, 92%, that's pretty finite, isn't it? How would you say? Well, it's only 91% or 87% or 99%. Who knows? Anyway, I noticed that we got the mayor up there becoming a national celebrity. Did a pretty up and walking good job on TV the other day. And you know why? Because she's had the best gunny sergeant in the history of America. Even Donald Trump doesn't have a gunny, nice smiley face. She's had to stand in front of this gunny sergeant, sit there, while the gunny, and sitting there in trepidation, wondering if he's ever going to pick on her. Guess what? He never has. Now she's relaxed up there. She looked very good on the TV. As I close out, since I am responsible for more good things about Reno than the next 40 people added together, I demand that you people with all the power you have order the media mouses back there, because you pay them with all those legals that you put in the paper. That lady would not even have her job if the taxpayer wasn't paying her salary. I demand that you order them to write the truth that I tell. And on top of that, I demand that you make a statue for Sam Dene, and put it in every auditorium in Reno.
All right.
What do you think about that, guys?
Sam.
Thank
Sam.
you. Ha! Thank
Sam.
you over there. What?
Remember we read the book
Aren't you going to
together.
say,
Remember the book?
why don't you come to more meetings, Sam, like you told everybody else? You ought to come to more meetings, Sam.
I love it when you come, but I prefer you to bring your guitar.
Yeah, but the only problem then
That's
is
my
that's because
favorite
I'm Mr. Nice Guy.
You are. You are, and we credit you with all those things. So thank you, Sam. Remember the book, Be Nice or Else.
Chapter 4.
Madam Mayor,
right.
our next public comment is from Kelly Persish from our online public comment form, if she's here. Nope. Next would be Officer MJ McLeod, also from our online public comment forum, followed by Alexandra Thompson.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councilmen and councilwomen. I'm Officer MJ Cloud, the Safe Routes to School Coordinator, and I'd like to unofficially invite you for our upcoming Walk to School Day. It's on October 11th this year, and hopefully there's an invite coming around. I'll do the official invite online through the website, and I'll also do the proclamation request through the website. There you go. The school will be determined. Maybe it can be over at Matthews near Teglio Park, and we can clean that up and meet there and have our safety assembly and then walk to Matthews all together with the students and the staff. But I have a second part of why I came here today. I'll be returning back to patrol with the Washoe County School District, and I'm looking forward to that. I'll be able to work with the teenagers again and be able to give some guidance in that realm. However, I have the great pleasure to introduce Officer Roger Markison. He's been in law enforcement for over 20 years. He's currently in a motor position now, and it'll take several months for us to transition because the Safe Routes to School program is definitely my baby that I'm so passionate about, and I look forward to making sure he has everything he needs to be able to take over and bring it to that next step in our community. It's built and grown so well, and I have the utmost of faith that he's going to bring it to the next step where it needs to go. So on that, Officer Markson would like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? I just wanted to introduce myself. I am Officer Roger Markson. I've been a police officer within Washoe County for the last 20 years. Super excited about going into this position. I've been a bike advocate, raced and cycling, raced on a university cycling team. Currently run against him every now and then. Sometimes he wins, sometimes I win. And what's that? No, but I will be working there. I'll be in my helmet and motor gear. But I'm super looking forward to something like this, something very positive, and I look forward to working with all you guys.
Wow, that's
All right.
fantastic.
So thank you guys for your ongoing
Thank
support.
you so much. I know Vice Mayor wants to ask you a quick question. Go
I have a
ahead.
quick question,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
your timing being here today couldn't be better. I don't know if you know, we have a presentation coming from NDOT about safety measures related to traffic, pedestrians, and that sort of thing. I did want to ask you a specific question. We did a flag program, actually, the Girl Scouts did, Troop 1019.
Yes, ma'am.
Hopefully I didn't mess that up. We would love to get your input on whether you believe that has been truly beneficial and where else you think it would be even more beneficial. We've had some incidents even this week. Could that have helped prevent that girl from getting hit? So we'd love, I'm not putting you on the spot right now, but would love your input on that.
Absolutely. The flag program was up in the Northwest area, and I believe it was extremely successful. I believe that where that program was in a more neighborhood, slow speed area is best. Unfortunately, the recent accident, it had a pedestrian flasher, and it was already visible. So the flag system is amazing. I think it's extremely successful, and it gets results. But I do think it needs to be where lights are not.
Perfect, that's
to
great.
fill in the gaps.
Perfect input.
And the Safety Summit, I did attend. It was fabulous, and I look forward to PD Kaiser's presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right, great job.
Alexandria Thompson, followed by Wanda Cardinale.
Okay. So hello and good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Alexandra Thompson. I am a student at UNR who is about to graduate from the Orvis School of Nursing this December. I currently serve as the Vice President of OSNA, our Student Nurses Association. Today, I am here to speak to you about an issue that I consider to be of top priority in our community. During each semester, we are placed in a clinical rotation serving various populations ranging from the emergency department, mental health services, and public health. This summer, we have been made aware of the growing issue of the homeless youth that we have in our city. During an introductory tour at the Eddy House, the executive director, Michelle Gare, told our group about a homeless young man named Devonte who had been coming into the resource center for quite some time. Devonte was in need of a heart transplant. He was working his way through classes at TMCC, and he had been in and out of the foster system his whole life. Although I didn't know him, I could tell through the stories about him that he was a kind and hardworking individual. Devonte didn't receive the heart transplant that he needed. He died on June 26th. This is an avoidable problem. Devonte's living situation, consisted of sharing a room in a weekly motel with 10 to 15 other young people. He slept on a floor that was infested with rodent feces, which eventually led to the bacterial infection that ate away at his heart and ultimately led to the death of Devonte. The issue remains that no single person should ever be subjected to living conditions such as this. So today I would like to raise my voice on behalf of Devonte. The homeless youth population needs to become a priority to this city, to its residents, and especially its elected representatives. Children in this community are dying, and this isn't an issue of laziness or substance abuse, but rather products of multiple failed systems. To effect real change for this city's young and homeless, the Eddy House needs a larger facility that is able to stay open for 24 hours a day so that these children have a safe and stable place to sleep at night. I urge you to think about this issue as our community's responsibility for the health and well-being of the future generation. Thank you all for your time, and I look forward to continuously working with you on this issue.
That's fantastic.
Sorry about getting choked up.
No, it makes complete sense. I can see why you would be emotional.
Yeah, okay. Thank
Very
you guys.
important, very important.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment. Our next public comment is from Wanda Cardinelli, followed by Pat Cashel.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here again because my grandparents used to say third time is the charm. I see you have the city lot on Veterans and Long Meadows on the agenda today. I wrote you all a very long email because I did not think I would be here today. Surprise. I am here to remind you again, we have unintended consequences from their growth. Bust to again, boom, again, going on in Cyan. As I previously stated, there was an exit omitted when the fire department was on the property you will be deciding on today. When it was moved, somehow the addition of that entrance was forgotten, and now over 400 homes use Echo Valley and Long Meadows on two of the sides of this particular parcel. This also is where it clogs in the morning and where your appraisal states traffic will have to be enter and exit as well. Now let's throw in those school buses we talked about last month. Now does that give us a better picture? I would invite you all to come visit us and see for yourself, especially in the mornings or late afternoons, early evenings. Let's talk about the appraisal if we can. Corona made an offer in June last year. It came to council in January. Then the new appraisal in March stated 70 homes could be there. Corona's offer was for no more than 50 homes. So it is far more densely populated per your own appraisal and staff report. So we turned down the offer from a developer that was ready to complete the homes for a net over of 100,000 when he came up 400,000, and he knows the property cannot handle the extra homes of the appraisal. So our numbers we're using today of 2.1 million is just on paper. It is really half because now Corona will take their half and the city only gets 1 million and change to use for public safety, hopefully in the same area. Now let's talk to get to the staff report. It states fire did not have use for that property. That may have been true in 2013 prior to the boom. On 7/25, when fire arrived prior to the speed bump announcements, I actually had the conversation right there with Engine 12. We're asking about that exact site because of the raised response times in South Reno and their fears of when the Southeast Connector opens. So yes, they are looking. I would also like to remind you, when I watched in January, that the council asked the funds to be set aside for public safety, and the desires for the council were shared that they did not like the PUD requirements to set aside lands for schools and fire departments. April surprised me because when I mentioned the exit, the fire department was here asking to use land funds for fire engines that were breaking down. So now I'm really concerned we are selling assets at 50% off because we are sharing with the declarant. So once it is sold, we will have to pay full price or look for a new one in few years when the growth is completed to pay even higher to build what we already have and need per our own fire department's desires. So we have another situation similar to the Grand Sierra Department that was presented in April because of the new PUD requirements. Finally, I must address the improvements in HOA requirements. I will bring that up.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is Pat Cashel, followed by Jennifer Maxwell.
Well, hello.
Hello,
Long time no
Mayor,
see.
City Council, City Manager. I know you guys are going to be discussing the overflow shelter later, and I can't be here, so I just want to come and, obviously from my dress, I wasn't planning on being here, but I know the importance of it. So we need the overflow shelter, the new permanent overflow shelter. I know we've gone through building design. We've, with Reno Engineering, we've come up with how we're going to finance it and build it. I know what it all looks like. I know that we're waiting on the approval of the site, and I totally support where we're going to put it. I know there's some concern that maybe this overflow shelter that will eventually turn into more than an overflow shelter. I know from what I've learned from being at the shelters is in order for us to do that, we'd have to actually duplicate services at both shelters, and I just don't see us coming up with the funding to do that. So I think we can put most at ease that this will remain an overflow shelter. I know from what's going on in our current shelters, the situation, we're full just about every night, minus just a few beds. And that goes for the men's, women's, and definitely the family shelter, but also the overflow shelter. You know, we just upped it to 150 beds. And we've been running average about 130 to 140 beds a night. So there's a definitely need for it. There's a definite urgency for it. We've been talking about it for over a year now, and I think it's time that we start pulling the trigger on everything and making it happen. So, yeah, I wanted to come in and show my support for it and let you know from what I see every day at the shelters that this is an important project that needs to be done sooner than later. So, thank you.
All right, great comments.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment today is from Jennifer Maxwell.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council, Ms. Saber Newby. My name is Jennifer Maxwell, and I am a City of Reno employee in the Human Resources Department. I'm here today to introduce some fantastic TMCC students who are participating in the TMCC Dieter Summer Program. This is the second year that the city has been able to participate in this program, and over the next couple of days, we're going to be talking about workforce readiness. We're going to teach them about the City of Reno as an organization and maybe potential employer. We're going to be talking about some skills to help them grow and develop as they begin their college courses in the fall. And today I've brought with me Scott Wiseman. He is actually he's from TMCC and he oversees the program. So I'd like to give him an opportunity to tell you about the students and what they're doing this summer.
All right, fantastic.
Great. Thank you very much. Basically, the program is 3 phases to this program. We're talking about college readiness, skills that they can use now and into the future, of course. We have a big focus on math. Working through math for these students and all students, really. It's difficult. And then, of course, the third purpose and the reason why we're here is career exploration, seeing what jobs are out there and having a little experience with that. And so that's really our focus with this. And I just can't say thank you enough to the HR department, Jennifer, Mandy. Of course. So just a great opportunity for our students to see how things run.
So how long are you going to be here in City Hall? It sounds like you're going to be here in City Hall, right?
We're going to be here today for a little bit longer, and then we're coming back on Monday.
All right, cool. Well, you can go hang out in my office. There's ping pong up there. Right?
Excellent. Yes.
Okay, so wait. So are the students in the room right now?
Oh yeah, they're here. Yep.
Hi, you guys. Stand up. Why don't come here really quick. Let's take a picture. Come on. Come on. Don't be shy. Come on. How are you? Nice to meet you. Hi. How are you? So what? Are any of you guys want to run for office? Come on. What do you know? You don't want your hair to fall out? I don't want to. Let's go, bro. That's awesome.
What's going on, bro? Look at the earrings, man. How long you been working on those? Yeah? It takes some time to get them out there, right?
Hi. Oh, good. Yeah, I'd love to. Love to. Hi. How are you doing? Good, good. Hi, how are you? Thanks for coming, guys.
Like the hat,
Yes. I remember coming to your class. Yeah, remember that? You guys got new boilers. Or are you getting them? All right. Okay, everyone turn around. This is your Kardashian moment. So turn around. Okay, here we go. Come on, come on.
To the right.
Come on, get in here.
All right, right. Sorry, I
To the right.
What do you want? Wait. All right. Ready? Say, we're all going to be mayor.
No. No, senators, president, right? All right, bye, you guys. Thanks so much for coming. We're going to tag you all. I feel like Goldilocks. Who's been sitting in my seat? It's broken. Who's been sitting? That's how I feel like in my seat. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we
Thank
have
you.
no further public comment today, and with that, we are on item A5, City Manager announcements.
All right, I'm going to send it right over to our city manager. Go right ahead.
All right, we do have one new employee to the city of Reno that I would like to announce, and she is in Human Resources. Her name is Christy Casose. Did I get that right? Christy, are you with us? All
Christy,
right.
stand up.
Welcome. All right. I'm proud of myself. I got that right. Next topic, the adult business ordinance. We understand there's quite a bit of community interest in that those proposed changes to the city's adult business ordinance. This was moved from, it was tentatively supposed to be heard today. It will be moved we're looking at September 13th for that meeting on that subject. Also, we have a number of community surveys that are open right now, and community surveys are always a great way for you to have your opinion heard on a number of different subjects. First of all, Mayor Sheevy is proud to announce the launch of Reno's participation in the Bloomberg Philanthropies 2017 Mayor's Challenge. City of Reno can win up to $5 million from Bloomberg Philanthropies to help solve Reno's most urgent problems. So we are asking for the public's input. So we'd like you to get online and take that survey by August 13th at reno.gov. The sixth and final Reimagine Reno survey is now open as well. The survey asks for feedback on the draft master plan, which you can also read online. So that community survey is on reno.gov also, and the deadline for that is August 25th. And then finally, reno.gov is going through a redesign. We are expecting a launch of that redesign in 2018, and so we're asking for the community to provide input on our website and give us the input that will help us make those changes to make it look like something you want to see and the information that you want to look at. So please take that community survey at reno.gov by August 31st. The Neighborhood Renewal Program is another topic. Councilmember Oscar Delgado, my friend over here, and the City of Reno staff will be hosting a community meeting on August 15th at the Second Baptist Church, starting at 5:30 p.m. That church is located at 1265 Montello Street. And the focus of the meeting, which is open to the public and the media, will be the Neighborhood Renewal Program. Through this program, low to moderate income homeowners in the City of Reno will be able to apply for one-time funds to assist with cleaning up their property. More information is available to residents on August 15th at the Town Hall, or you can go online, of course, to reno.gov. Also, the Reno Art Fest on the River is taking place on August 19th and 20th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on the City Plaza. The event will include fine art, live music, food trucks, and a beer garden. That was my favorite part. In addition to being able to buy original artwork from more than 60 local and regional artists, you can vote for your favorite piece of art to be purchased by the City of Reno for its public art collection. Visit renoculture.com for more information. And speaking of art, due to the weather and safety concerns during install this past weekend, the Space Whale dedication has been postponed, so a new date and time will be announced soon. Very soon. Also, almost done. It's coming along beautifully, actually. Also, on a personal note, I just wanted to let you know, I got my Reno city license plate here, believe. Thank you very much. So I just want to put a plug out for the Reno license plate. It looks beautiful on your car when you get it on there. And I will have you know that I made an appointment at the DMV online on my smartphone. Took me about like 20 seconds to do that. And I showed up and I got my license plate in under 30 minutes. So it was in and out, and they couldn't have been kinder and more wonderful at the DMV. So it is easy to do. No long waits to do this. It supports parks and recreation at the City of Reno. And so I'm throwing down the gauntlet. Do a better plate than this. Okay, better get your letters together, get your message together, and get that plate. And then finally, our next regular city council meeting will be 2 weeks from today on August 23rd, starting at noon. That's all I have.
All right. All right, do you have any other items to pull or?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
We
go ahead.
have a request to continue items F11, F12, and F13. Those are the McCarran-Sutro Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. It's requested to be continued by the applicant, but the item, because it's already noticed, will need to be opened, and then if the council desires to continue that, then they should advise on a future meeting date.
All right, great. Okay, moving right along, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are on approval of the agenda, and I believe the manager has no further changes to the agenda today.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to request from council a motion.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we are on item A7, approval of the minutes.
All right, may I get a motion from council?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we are on item, the consent agenda, we do have public comment from Sam Dene.
All right, go right ahead.
Nice smiley face already. Sam, DNA, the DNA of Reno government. And for the folks who probably don't even know what this is, it's called the consent agenda, where they will vote on 4, 5, or 8, 10 things all at once, basically without discussion. So I decided I better come up here and discuss a few of these things. And I'm actually being positive today for a change in that the consent agenda should be for housekeeping. And most of these things appear to be housekeeping if you want to consider $300,000 award, contract, $200,000 contract, housekeeping, more evidence that the city has finally gotten back to the days of the bottomless pit of money that they had back in 2005, 6, and 7, that they can give out $300,000 contracts without even discussing it. I don't even know if the recipients of these contracts are here. I won't even ask them. But and people are always asking me, Sam, how can you go to the podium with all the great things you do and have done and be so humble? How do you, nice smiley face there. Now, how do you do that? And I said, well, it's actually kind of a battle between my humbleness versus the media wacko freaks' cowardliness. Who's winning that one? Anyway, that's a little slight non sequitur from the agenda. I'm kind of surprised on this consent agenda that you have not given out a marijuana license for quite a while now. It was like you could hardly get in line out there to get to the podium to get your marijuana license, and now there has not been a new marijuana license for a little while. And I bring that up because I was a driving force that got marijuana legalized here in Reno on 1 July 2017. As a matter of fact, I've trademarked 7/1/17. It's trademarked, and I'm creating music albums, T-shirts, and all that sort of thing. And sooner or later, I might even be on the consent agenda where the Reno City Council will recognize and thank Sam for being the driving force that brought the third, some people that say the fourth, the third greatest day in the history of Reno, Nevada. You had divorce, then you had gambling, and now you have legal marijuana in Reno, Nevada. What are the chances? Is everybody having a good time over there? I know the media mouses aren't, because I won't say anything more about the media wacko freaks.
All right, thanks, Sam.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on consent today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time on consent agenda, I'm going to ask council members if you have any items you'd like to pull. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Breckus.
Item B4, please.
B4? Sorry. Don't say it, Councilmember McKenzie.
Before what?
Before, after. Okay, Councilman Pavlin. Councilman Delgado. Vice Mayor Darden? Nope. Councilwoman? Yeah. Councilmember McKenzie? You're so quiet. All right. Okay. All right, with that being said, yes, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item B4, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who my question should be directed to of staff, because this item has concerns for me cross departments. This is evidently in 2005, the council entered into an agreement, an interlocal agreement related to the extradition of prisoners or people going to and from places. And this agreement rolls over every year. And this is the first year, I guess, since 2005, it's hit the threshold of $50,000 where it requires council obligations. So the payment is for last year. So it's a debt owed. I guess there's money in the budget for this. But in reading this, I have a couple issues. The first of all, which is there seems to be non-agreement between the exhibits to the contract. It seems to be somehow related to Sparks and the Raven helicopter and nothing to do with extradition. And then a hangar we owe. It just seems to me that, and I've talked to the attorneys about this, and I brought this up in my review, in my briefing, is there just doesn't seem to be, to legal review and legal form, it just seems nonsensical. So it seems like a contract with provisions that could not be enforced or not related. It's almost like paperwork got scrambled. The second issue is that the bottom line is the city is paying about half the cost of a secretary over in the Washoe County Sheriff's Department to do about 100 extraditions a year. And when I brought this up, the chief said that it's an understanding that this isn't the whole time, the extraditions does not take a whole secretary's work. So the city is paying half the salary of a secretary of a Washoe County Sheriff's Office who has other duties assigned to the sheriff. So I have questions about, is this the most efficient way for us to be in this interlocal agreement? Because it seems like we're paying for a secretary, and we know we have a lot of people over in our offices who would like secretaries. So I understand it's more or less of an evergreen, and that it can be canceled by 90 days notice of any party. I think that it's a very sloppy contract. I think that, it's a debt owed, so we should probably pay for it, but it's a sloppy contract, and I think the terms should be renegotiated to look at it as the most efficient use of our, police budget funds, if they can be achieved in a better way. With this secretary. And then I understand kind of it's tied into a bunch of other issues of our relationships with Washoe County, and I don't know if that's true, forensics, dispatch, whatever, but I think we need to deal with these interlocals on one issue by another. I encourage my colleagues to go back and reread this contract because it seems very sloppy and nonsensical, and I think that we need to direct our manager, and I know we're not advertised for this at this point, to come back in 90 days with notice of cancellation and to renegotiate this contract, because I don't think it's one, if anything ever came up with this, we'd have a very difficult time enforcing this. So, I don't know, maybe legal can talk a little bit about this. I think this was a surprise to them that this contract even existed, and why they, felt it was worth bringing to us in this form. So, Mr. City Attorney, do you have any comments?
Yes, if you want to give me direction to look at that contract and renegotiate it, I'd be happy to do that.
Think could be improved as a contract?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
With that,
Second. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we are on item C1, cash disbursements.
And Madam Mayor, I have a disclosure before we.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay, let me just get this up here. All right, fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, on item C1, I am disclosing the fact that I am on the board of directors of the Lake Ditch Corporation, which is scheduled to receive a cash disbursement payment in the amount of $61,000 to reimburse the ditch for cleaning and maintenance to the benefit of the city. I've consulted with the city attorney's office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the significant pecuniary interest. And because this is a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting on this matter. And Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for the meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to the agenda item. I will step out of the room. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other
I've got it on, Madam Mayor.
disclosures? Right ahead, go right ahead, Councilman McKenzie.
Fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency on item C1, I disclose in the fact that I manage Carville Park Apartments on behalf of the Building Construction Trades Development Corporation. 2 current residents of Carville Park Apartments receive rental assistance from the State of Nevada Low-Income Housing Trust Fund program. Acting as a conduit, the city disperses those payments on behalf of the state of Nevada. The payments ultimately benefit my employer, BTCDC, owner and landlord of Carville Park Apartments. Today, I note there's a $25 deposit in the TF grants to Carville Park's Apartments. I have consulted with the city attorney's office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by my commitment in a private capacity to BTCDC. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item.
All right, thank you very much. Any other disclosures? Seeing that there are none? I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item D, proclamations, none. And so we're going to move on to presentations, item E1, and this is Nevada Department of Transportation. And it will, okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm PD Kaiser. I'm the Assistant Chief Traffic Safety Engineer at NDOT. And so I wanted to talk to you a little bit today, give you a little bit of a summary on some of the things that have happened with our safety summit. This past May, we held our annual safety summit here in Reno. And one of the sessions of the safety summit was the pedestrian safety issues that we've been dealing with statewide. And so we had a pedestrian charrette, and we also had discussions about Vision Zero. And you'll hear some more about that probably a little bit later in the next month or so as Aaron Breen comes up to talk to you with that. But they asked me to kind of give you a little bit of just kind of a quick summary of what happened during the session on the pedestrian safety. And so we had there was about 56 people that attended that session, and it represented all of the 5 E's: the engineering, enforcement, emergency response, education, and then everybody else. So the agenda for the charrette, we started off reviewing the crash information for Washoe County for the 3-year period of 2014 to 2016. And you can see there on the chart that we've had some fluctuation in pedestrian fatalities, but they seem to kind of keep going up. And and as you can see in the pedestrian fatalities, we're about 20 to 30% of all the fatalities. Statewide, they're probably about that. They're probably in the range of about 25 to 30% of all fatalities that occur in the state are pedestrian fatalities. Here are some of the crash, what we call the pedestrian crash streets. This basically was taken from the crash data for Reno, and you can see there, and you probably are aware of these primary streets that have had the highest number of pedestrian crashes. Virginia and 4th Street tied, and McCarran and Prater were close 3rd and 4th. There are some secondary streets that have also had the pedestrian fatalities that have occurred on them. And some of those, NDOT is actively working on. Kitski, we have projects underway. North Virginia Street, we have pedestrian safety projects underway there, and we're kind of constantly looking at some of these other streets, or especially the ones that are on the state highway system, because our pedestrian safety program is funded with state gas tax money, and so we have to spend that money on state highways. But our overall pedestrian safety program, where we can use federal funds, we can use on any of the roadways. So there was, when Erin got up and started the charrette, she asked these 3 questions. What's the most critical pedestrian issue from your work point of view as well as your personal point of view? And then if you were a mayor for a month, what would you do if you had all the power of the mayor? So we got, yeah, so. And we actually got some.
Where's my magic wand?
We got some interesting comments and answers. But what we did, she took all of kind of that input and put it into the 3 categories of engineering, education, and enforcement. And it was interesting to kind of get what people's feelings were, what should be done, what were the issues, and so forth. And so there weren't really any big surprises up here. I think we all kind of agree that there's more things that we need to do with infrastructure. Obviously, a lot more needs to happen from the education standpoint, and of course, enforcement. They've got their programs that they're constantly working on, and so we work very closely with them on the joining forces activities and so forth, and always out there kind of looking for other things that we can do, especially where we're working together on these issues. These are some of the kind of just the innovative solutions. She just kind of took there was kind of a whole mishmash of input that came out of the group, and so Erin kind of summarized it in kind of these bullet points, and again, you know, no big surprises there, but some interesting comments, you know, especially about respect. You know, it seems like in our society today that the idea of respect seems to be changing, and so you know, that's always a concern, and you know, from our perspective, and so obviously that would be something that we'd like to see that change, but you know, we'll see how that goes. But it's hard to do much of that with engineering, but from my standpoint, but we're always out there looking for ways that we can change that. So let's talk about Vision Zero a little bit, and basically what Erin was attempting to do with the session that we had back in May was to kind of steer things towards this idea of Vision Zero. And there's a number of cities across the country now that have basically embraced or adopted Vision Zero for their jurisdiction, and you know, and it's got specific things that they're doing. But the idea is to kind of share what zero or Vision Zero is, how it may be differing from kind of more of the traditional approach of where maybe we just go out and do things infrastructure-wise and so forth. But we really, the idea is that we're engaging a lot of participants from all different disciplines in that activity. It started, this whole Vision Zero idea really started over in Europe and Sweden back in the 1990s, and a lot of people saw the value of it and saw some of the success that they had, and so that idea worked its way over to the United States. And so there's been a lot of effort in the last couple decades to really embrace and move forward with this whole idea of Vision Zero, of reducing or eliminating fatalities and serious injury crashes on our roadways. And so what Vision Zero does is that you set a timeline for what you're wanting to accomplish. You get the commitment from your community leaders, and then, you know, bring all these stakeholders together to work towards this common goal of reducing the traffic deaths or the fatalities and the serious injuries, and eventually, you know, eliminating those. And so it's a very lofty goal, but it's one that has kind of solidified a lot of efforts, you know, at our level in government on, you know, what we're achieving, you know, where that money goes, how that gets taken care of. And again, you keep seeing the comment or the term multidisciplinary approach. You know, not any one of us individually can do everything from an engineering standpoint or from education or enforcement. It has to be a really cohesive effort with all of those groups. So some of the things that we know have had a real positive influence or impact is getting speeds down, lowering speeds, and not just the speed limits. You know, to me, there's a difference between speed and speed limits, because they don't always match together very well. But we really are trying to figure out ways to get speeds down on certain areas, certain roadways, and so forth. Redesigning the streets. I'm sure you've heard the terms road diet, complete streets. There's been a lot of success in improving safety for all road users on those types of streets. but they have actually reduced crashes upwards of 30 to 40% when they redesign those streets. Behavior changes. There's a lot of campaigns out there that you see constantly. We have our own zero fatalities program that we do here in the state of Nevada that gets funded every year, and so it's kind of an ongoing process that we do with that. And then, of course, data. Everything is data driven from our standpoint. Everything that we do is based on data because we're kind of under the microscope of having to come up with performance measures, and the only way to evaluate performance measures is have the data, and so we do a lot of effort with that. So what is Vision Zero? It's obviously the goal is to eliminate fatalities, serious injury, crashes. The mayors of those jurisdictions who have embraced it have basically officially committed or made a proclamation, whatever, towards accepting Vision Zero. And of course, obviously, then that's followed up by the support from all of the different departments and so forth within those jurisdictions. Next steps, the task force. You already have a task force. I've been to several of those meetings. It's been very, very informative, very good to set and discuss that with your staff and with some of the RTC folks and the law enforcement folks, and so that's already underway, really. And so I think the next step and what Aaron is envisioning is coming and talking to you about officially developing a Vision Zero program here for the city of Reno, and she's also talking to the city of Henderson and Las Vegas as well. So I think that's it. Any questions?
All right. Good job. I'm really glad to see all the entities working together. This is obviously something that has been so important to this city council. So we appreciate you coming today. I got to tell you, so I had a very eye-opening experience when I was in New York City. I was standing on a sidewalk. I literally, kind of walked on to, just sort of stepped off. Yeah, stepped off the curb. And I'm telling you, they did not stop. And I realized right then and there that this is really about educating and a behavioral issue, right? So my behavior was really that, I've become comfortable not paying attention. And then I sat there for about 20 minutes and I watched the people that lived in that area, and they're constantly moving their heads. They are so aware, and I was just telling Vice Mayor, I said, I think the message almost has to be, cars are not stopping. Whether we have crosswalks or whatever we put into place, they're not stopping. And that's got to be sort of the message and what we have to train ourselves. They're not stopping for you. People truly believe because there's a crosswalk in place that it's providing this false sense of safety. And I think maybe we misguide people by doing that as well, or flashers or something to that. But it was the first time that I realized, we're so lucky to live in a community where we really, it's a very safe community, right? It's not, I was this close from getting clipped, and I probably deserved that. And that was my fault, but they are not stopping. So I realized that then and there that we have to think a little bit differently, that cars, and we were watching outside my office on the bridge, and you can even see skid marks along the bridge, and people know that that's a very heavily sort of walking area for people, and they're around, that there's a lot of pedestrians over there. There's skid marks all the time, and we watch, and I could probably count hundreds and hundreds of cars in a day that are not stopping at that crosswalk right on that bridge.
Yeah.
So it's a serious issue. But anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Mayor because this is one of her babies.
This is something very, very concerning, certainly for me, and I know the entire council, as well as NDOT and RTC. I did attend the charrette, the pedestrian safety charrette. There was some interesting conversations that came out of that. I think what I kind of took away from that charrette was that We can infrastructure improvement all day long, but if people aren't following the rules of the road, whether they're in a car or on foot, they're taking kind of their life into their own hands. And how do we better break through to individuals? You said about the respect. It talked about mutual respect for people driving a car, maybe because they don't have an opportunity to walk or ride a bicycle, and vice versa, having respect for pedestrians because maybe they don't have an alternative. Kind of this feeling of put yourself in their shoes, and be more respectful and observant of everyone around you, and not be so much of the me and my situation mentality, and not being aware of all the things surrounding you. I will have to say I participated in a few of the conference calls on the Vision Zero, and that to me is something that is very compelling. I do know that Erin Breen, and it's not the Erin Breen from the TV station that used to be here. It's the Erin Breen from Southern Nevada, who is the queen of pedestrian safety issues. And I am very encouraged when she comes back to give her presentation to see how we can really move the needle on this. It really does come down to messaging. We saw some improvement when we did a very creative campaign of Look Up and Look Out. It was kind of shocking. It showed some college students almost getting hit by a car because they were on their cell phone and started to step out in the street, and the guy in the car was also on his cell phone. And that worked for a bit. We saw pedestrian incidents reduced. Then when that campaign was no longer on the airwaves and not fresh anymore, we saw things start to go up again. So I do think we need to work on new and creative and effective campaigns on the behavior side, while still looking at any new creative ways on the infrastructure side. You know, I've heard of the pop-up speed bumps. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but we've seen that. You mentioned it at railroad tracks where these gates kind of pop up. Heavily expensive on the infrastructure side, rumble strips to make people aware that there is a crosswalk or a stop or something coming. But it really does come down to behaviors, and how do we as a society make each other equally as important as ourself when we're on the road? How do we make everybody get away from well, I can get away with being on my phone or being distracted, but it's that other guy over there that really needs to pay attention. How do we get that message across in a more effective way? Is what I took away from it.
All right, any other questions? Councilman Delgado.
Sorry, Jen, do you?
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just quick questions regarding the top pedestrian crash streets. If you guys can go to that slide. Just, I know you went through the slide, just wanted to get a little bit more information in terms of the secondary streets. On those secondary streets, I see 5 of those streets run in Ward 3. 4 out of the 5 outside of Kitski I know Kitski's getting quite a bit of an overview and redesign, et cetera, et cetera. Audi is another one that potentially in the future is going to get a lot of upgrades when it transitions from Sparks onward. That's maybe 3 of the 5. Or the other ones, how do we, and can you tell me a little bit more in terms of what's happening there?
Yeah, no, I really don't know what improvements are planned on some of those. If they're not a state highway, then it's not something that we're focusing on with our pedestrian program, where we're using the state gas tax money. But again, these are basically the streets where they just went up and pulled up all of the pedestrian crashes, for like a 3-year period, and then just look to see where they were occurring. And so that's how they kind of made this list, is just kind of the numbers of crashes. So
it's more of an RTC. What you're saying, it's more of an RTC issue as a secondary street?
It's an issue for all of us. I mean, that's why that I've been participating with the task force, is that, just because they're not state highways, I want to be involved in that, because, one of the things that we do, we're constantly looking at technology, what's out there, what's working. This problem is a nationwide problem. I've been to 3 or 4 conferences in the last couple of years where there's been multiple states there, and they all have the same issue. And it's like, what are we going to do? How are we going to deal with this? And so it's there's not a surefire solution to all that. But I think, one of the big issues is the distraction, the cell phone distraction with drivers and with the pedestrians. And so
Yeah, I'm just,
that's a hard one to kind of,
I think what I'm trying to bring to light here is the majority secondary streets lie within a certain geographic area. And is there something about that? Is there something said about that and with respect to NDOT or RTC? And I know you guys are all working together, but that stands out to me. It kind of alarms
and I
me.
think we'll, probably one of the things that we'll be doing is starting to talk about these locations or these different, these corridors and see if there is something there. I mean, one of the problems is the majority of these occur at night and
Sure.
when they don't have lighting. And so,
No, I just appreciate you being here. I know that there's a lot of eyes and a lot of focus and staff time being served to try and find some solutions to it. Just again, wanting to ask, half of these 10 streets, the secondary streets, are in my ward, and definitely got to make sure we're.
So there's two of the streets on the secondary list. Kitski Lane. We have a number of locations either under construction or
Right,
being
I knew
designed
that
and so
one.
forth. And then
Exactly.
Second Street, we've done just recently completed a safety management plan on that section through town here. And so that will generate a list of projects and ideas that we'll be looking at. So
Thank you.
you bet.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So does NDOT have a research division?
Yes.
Okay, so do they have publications that they are producing of their own that can be instructive to local policymakers like us?
What my awareness is of the research group is they do have funding. They have a certain amount of research funding, and so they basically will come up with a list of research ideas, and then they'll put out a request for proposals. And then like either the universities or it's a combination of universities and consultants or whatever may submit proposals, and then they'll do research and there'll be final reports. and that sort of
Yeah, okay. I mean, I've been looking at this for a long time, and I go back around. Is it enforcement? Is it education? Is it, engineering? And I think the research piece is really key. So much great work is being done across the country, but someone needs to take that and the best practices, I think, and kind of noodle on it for Nevada and our communities. And one thing that struck me recently is how many states prohibit or allow local governments to do enforcement at traffic light, red light running. I want to know. I don't know. I don't know where that information is. That's just one example of things that I think NDOT could, in their research, provide to us. Certainly AV, that world, it's kind of sexy and coming on. I'm sure that's being researched, but, and probably someone's doing something on that. Another thing is pre- and post road project analysis. I have had a construction project in my ward, it wasn't NDOT, that I've been asking and others have been asking, what was the pre, what was the post? That's what you mean by data-driven, right? So you all have methodologies for, when you do a road project, are you doing a methodology to see and verify that it's improved safety?
We will. We'll do before and after, like crash analysis. For different projects.
Okay.
And of course, of all of our safety projects that we do, we have an ongoing list, and of course, there's a waiting period to do the after. But we'll do the before and after, because we have to report the value of the improvements to FHWA every year. It's our Highway Safety Improvement Program report. In fact, we're working on that report right now. So we'll and you'll have that table that shows all the fatals and for 10 years or whatever, and you're basically looking at those trends to see how are they changing and so forth. And things were looking really good up to about 2013. And bang, everything's going up again. So especially with the pedestrians fatalities. So, but it's happening everywhere, and that's why there's so much concern about the pedestrian issue.
Yeah, that's why I think the research really is going to be an area that states and localities need to start to bring to more than just those 3 E's. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And we talked about the threes a number of times and which one's the most valuable. And while I believe our education campaign that we ran here a couple of years ago was valuable, I also challenge the fact that we look at the number of tickets we wrote during that period, because we also stepped our enforcement up at that time. And enforcement was way up. We had almost every day, we had groups of officers going out and doing pedestrian safety concentration. So we can't enforce our way out of it, we can't engineer our way out of it, and we can't educate our way out of it. We have to do all three together. An example of that is the North Virginia street improvements that you guys put in a couple of years ago. We started on the process a couple of years ago and are near completion now. One street up there, we put when NDOT completed the project there, we put the refuge island in. And then one street down, we improved the crosswalk and put a light in, but we didn't put a refuge island in. Is that an experiment to see if we have accidents at the intersection that doesn't have a refuge island?
I'll have to look and see where it's at, but, I mean, there may have been some underlying reason why we don't, because, when we do our pedestrian safety improvements, there's a whole kind of list or toolbox that we have, and so we're trying to apply as much of that as we can at locations, but sometimes it's not possible to do that for whatever reason, and so, but we always try to have lighting, improve the lighting. We try to have the pedestrian activated flashers, the rapid flashing beacons, the enhanced, the signs, the brighter signs, the bigger signs, and so forth. So there's some parts of it is very, you see it in every location we do, but yeah, we've, in some cases we do bulb outs over on the side to kind of shorten up the walking distance, but the refuge islands are, they're very important. And so if we have enough width, yeah, we'll use those. So we'll do the Danish offsets. You're going to see more of that appear as time goes on, but yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Why we'd have it at one place and not the other?
And you definitely have the most challenging area to improve pedestrian safety. You've got the streets with the highest speeds, with the least light. I mean, they're the widest roads. So all of the negative impacts that we have for pedestrian safety are concentrated in the roads that NDOT maintains. So you have the most challenge to address pedestrian safety from an engineering standpoint. But I think that the discussion of moving forward with this, I think that the tail end of this, and this is the piece that we let the education piece go, but we also dropped off enforcement because that concentration of officers, because of the limitations of manpower that we have in the departments, is and it's not just our department; it's every police department in the area has a limitation on their officers. Because we can't have that concentration of enforcement to go with the education, if we start an education campaign without the enforcement, I think that we're not going to see the positive results we did a couple of years ago. And I mean, we were very reactionary to a death, a pedestrian death, and we pulled out all the stops and went highly concentrated on every form. Engineering, education, and enforcement, and we did that for about 3 or 4 months, and it had a very positive impact. We don't have the resources to continue that 365 days a year. Is a regrettable thing, and so if we're truly serious about improving pedestrian safety, we not only have to do our education and engineering, but we have to fund our police department to where we can continue the enforcement.
Thank you very much. I would agree with that as well. I have said this to Mr. Malfabon and the RTC members at virtually every monthly meeting for the past month, and I will say it to you because it needs to be said. North McCarran needs to be addressed now. McCarran and Socrates has seen 2 deaths. We can't have another. And it's not just Socrates and McCarran. It's got to be the full width of North McCarran. Councilmember McKenzie said it perfectly. It is the perfect storm of wide width, high speeds, low light, And now we have increased pedestrian traffic because of all the development going on the north side. So I have said it to Rudy, I am saying it to you. We need to act on this. And I agree with you that we don't care what jurisdiction in which it lies. We need to fix what is severely broken, and that is a part of our road system that is severely broken. And you got a family sitting behind you that lost a son. We got to fix it.
Yeah, and we are taking a look at that right now. So, I mean, there's, probably, at least doing something with the lighting, could probably definitely enhance that situation. So, but these roads with the higher speeds, if you start looking at, and pedestrian fatalities are kind of a random thing. And, but it seems like the ones with the higher speeds, the wider roads, those are the problem areas. We spend a lot of effort on those.
Yes, they are. And then you throw in potentially distracted driver, and it is a recipe for disaster. Okay. Thank you very much. I look forward to the Vision Zero presentation. It has been done in New York City with very positive outcomes, and other cities. And that's why it's encouraging to me. I think it is something we can look at as a positive step. So thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Did we have any public comment on this item?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Okay, we are moving on.
We have
Next
an
item is
attorney-client.
Oh, my apologies. We have an attorney-client. How long do we need? We're looking at we need 1 hour. So we will be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Sit down before we ground you, young man. I'm going to get grounded.
Yes, Your Majesty.
was given on this case. We received 2 comments in opposition of the program.
All right, Madam Clerk, so correspondence was received?
Yes.
Thank you very much. At this time, before we move any further, I am going to send it over to Councilman Delgado with the disclosure. Oh, never mind, sorry, that's on a different item. Okay. With that being said, Madam Clerk. Oh, Councilmember McKenzie, do you have a disclosure? No? Okay. Moving forward. Do you have any
Madam Mayor, I have no public comment. At this
Okay.
point, as was noted, the applicant has submitted a request to continue to September 13th. It's the council's prerogative to grant that.
Okay, with that being said, I guess, why don't we, I guess for,
Madam Mayor, I'd move we allow the continuance.
Okay.
till
Second for
September
discussion.
13th.
All right, so I have a motion and a second
We
discussion.
we need a time certain on that, Madam Clerk?
I'm certain, please, sir, to avoid renoticing and the expense associated with it.
1 o'clock time certain?
Thank you.
Councilwoman Breckus.
What does our code say about continuances? I think that we're trying to follow the code now on this. This is no more than twice for any reason, right? Doesn't it have the language for any reason?
Sure. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner, to answer your question, code does say if the applicant is to request a continuation more than twice, that it's possible that the body could decide to have them resubmit.
Okay, so this is one request.
This is the first request.
So if September 13th comes and goes and they're not ready, that's a second, correct?
If it's a request of the applicant, that would count as number 2, yes.
And then at that point, if we grant that, it's done, right? Or is it then
You can continue it to a third meeting if you would like.
Oh, we could continue it on September 13th. Okay, and I don't know the specifics of this. I'm just trying to follow, in advance, because we've had some of these continuances that continue, and I just, on the front end, like to think about how it would play out. Okay, so, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we are on item F2.
All right, at this time, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. We received 2 letters of concern without a position and 1 letter in opposition.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, do you have any public comment on this item?
I do. Wanda Cardinelli would like to speak on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, before we do that, I want to circle back with Councilman Delgado on disclosure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and City Council, I need to disclose the fact that I live within the Bella Vista Corona Cyan subdivision. On this matter, I sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office pursuant to NRS 281A.420. The law presumes that the independent judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's significant pecuniary interest, where the resulting benefit or occurring to the public office is not greater than that occurring to any other member of any general business, profession, occupation, or group that is affected by the matter. Here, while I have a significant pecuniary interest in my home, the resulting benefit or determined occurring for me and my family from the city sale of the property will not be greater than that to any other member of the general public that owns property in the Bella Vista Corona Cyan subdivision. The fact that I own property in the Bella Vista Corona Cyan subdivision will not impact my ability to impartially review and render decision upon this particular agenda item. In light of the foregoing, the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by the pecuniary interest. And because this is not a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest, I will be voting on this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept the disclosure and lodge it into the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other disclosures? None? Okay, moving right along. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Wanda Cardinelli would like to speak on this item.
Okay, great.
Did you want your map again? Or doesn't it matter? Good afternoon again, Council. I tried to use humor earlier, but I failed. My neighbors and I have listened to you and tried to be involved. We have been greeted with promises that had been made to us on April 12th that were ignored, or when we call for appointments and never get the return calls. We have tried to use the NAB since November, only the last 2 seem to have been able to conduct business. 8-1, I actually brought this item up and shared the concerns of the neighborhood, school district, transportation, and fire department. It was placed on the agenda as a future item. The offer to the city for this parcel was made in June of last year, and 50 homes were planned. When the new appraisal was received in March, it showed 70 homes, which is more dense than surrounding homes. Also, the information was not being shared until after the hearing on Doral Academy was withdrawn on 4/12, and we were all promised full notice, which we did not receive in this item. Participation in vetting, if it was anything other than homes or fire department, were also planned and promised to us. City staff stated there is no interest for the fire department. That is simply not true any longer. The acceptance of 50% value to purchase another property further north when the fire department already is overwhelmed by the growth is very concerning. The numbers are real. The city only gets half, so that is really $1 million for future replacement. I would ask you to consider the appraisal or stipulations that should be attached to make sure that the issues previously discussed are not further aggravated. The exit previously brought to your attention that was not built or reinstituted when the fire department was moved is now the lack causing blocking on Echo Valley and would only further exacerbate it per your own appraisal. Further, the declarant should be held to resolving before the city accepts the streets, or part of this parcel should be used to widen Long Meadow to accommodate the current homes, plus the parcel's future uses for that entrance. The homes on Viking Homes should be afforded the privacy all homeowners are promised when they purchase. The highest bidder should be required to fully participate in both HOAs for maintenance or maintain all common areas bordering the property, as drainage is a real concern. This year's contributions to drainage district and park funds, as well as maintenance until the city can obtain that parcel. I would ask that a complete traffic study, including all homes in the PUD, or at the very least, all Scion homes be included, not just the accepted streets, to protect all homeowners and residents. In January, the councilman asked the money be earmarked for public safety. I would echo our Facebook clearly shows we have concerns that area go to now is seriously underfunded for the park funds, and due to the reduction made to the PUD from 3,600 to approximately 1/3 of those homes, which the city numbers are not accurate on, wouldn't be taken into consideration. Finally, we hear duets are being considered. Village B only has 2 blocks of duets. So I would hope you would take that into clarification. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, any further public comment?
Madam Mayor, I have no further comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, staff presentation, go right ahead.
Great. Good afternoon. For the record, Bill Dunn, Revitalization Manager. And we are here, going to put this up, actually, give me back here. So we are here with 2 requests relative to a 6.5-acre city-owned parcel. Parcel number 165-060-01, located at the intersection of Veterans Parkway and Long Meadow Drive. The parcel was acquired from the developer for use as potentially a public safety facility. We have been told that that is no longer a need on the part of the city, so we are asking you, based on an appraisal we received, to set fair market value, and also to pass a resolution of intent that it's in the best interest of the city to sell the parcel. Our developer had some interest in acquiring the parcel back from us, but he didn't agree with the assessed value and decided that he thought we should just go ahead and put it out for auction. So that is what we're doing, and that is what we're requesting today.
All right, thank you very much. When you say put it out to auction, I would imagine you would start that at the market rate price?
If you agree to set it at that price, yes.
Okay. Because auction makes me think of.
Right, on the steps with a gavel. Right.
Okay, and then the thing that I guess, what if the developer who wanted to buy it comes back in and says, okay, I want to buy it? Then I think it gives sort of the nuance that the city was being disingenuous.
Well, nothing would prohibit him from, placing a bid on the property.
Okay. So it would stay that way going to auction, and it wouldn't be strictly sold to this gentleman or?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to double check. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that presentation. That there seems to be looking for some clarity. So I know that the first option as part of the agreement is we go back to the developer and say, do you want to deal with the city in terms of what the appraised value is, and then we would get 50%, they would get 50%. Is that correct?
It was, but he's waived that right.
He's waived that right, so that's why we're going out to the public to see what the public bid is going to come back to at a minimum of 2.1. That's the appraised value.
Correct.
Currently, it's zoned public facility. The reason why that is previously in the past, we thought that we'd thinking about putting a fire station there in that place. Talking to our fire department, talking to our chief, they decided that that's not the best location anymore. Is that correct?
As far as I know, they built another fire station in a different location.
It's been stated that it's a public safety facility, but looking through the agreement, it's public facility, not public safety
I'm sorry,
facility.
I misspoke. I
Correct? Not
apologize.
just for clarity. And so it doesn't mean that it has to be a fire department or a police station or anything else. It could be a public facility, such as a community center, a park, or something else. Is that correct?
I
If the
think
city
that-
were to take it, keep it.
I think that would be the council's decision.
Okay. And so, what kind of what I'm going to is that there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of just what ifs and what are the opportunities for that land, right? And so my guidance to the staff last time around was we need to make sure we vet that through the HOA and to the community members that are going to be there. I also understand that there's a lot of deferred maintenance, even currently now, that the city is burdened with. I mean, what Trainer Pool, for example, right? We can't get that going. So those options become very slim if we decide to go out and say we're going to keep this land for a public facility, knowing that we probably can't maintain the public facility currently with the revenue streams that are coming in. So my question to you, Mr. Dunn, is today's item is really to say, let's go out, let's see if we get something that bites, but doesn't mean that we're going to necessarily sell, because ultimately whatever comes back to us, we've got to make sure that there's clarity as to what's going to go there.
Correct.
And it doesn't mean that we're going to accept it or anything else, and there's a lot more vetting processes to even happen before that's the case. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. This is what they call the first bite of the apple. And there's a provision in the sale that whoever purchases it has to come back and provide something within 1 year that they're not, they can't land bank the property and sit on it. And they're also currently held to the zoning standards. There's currently a planned unit development district there. And so currently an allowed use would be, for example, detached single family. There's some other things that would be allowed through a special use permit. But, any radical change would require them to go through the whole planning process.
Correct. Okay, and so from what I understand also, Claudia, if you correct me, it's what it says, with the contract, with the agreement that we have with the developers is that if we do not want a public facilities, then it can go back to the developer, but it's set up in terms of a land use for the Village B duets, and that's what's appropriate for that, and that's what would be built out.
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager, that is correct.
Okay. So just general conversation. I know there's land is an asset for anyone, for the city, and are we moving too fast, or do we just go ahead and see what's out there since we have the appraisal done? Doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to take that, and also allows for conversation to move in parallel with the community about other options if need be. Is that statement all right?
You are 100% correct. You're not obligated to sell it. But, we do have an appraisal, and we figure at least, as you said, it'd be good to throw it out there and see what happens.
Okay. So and come back to me, Madam Major, Madam Mayor, the hopes is that just general conversation with the community and knowing our position here at the city is, I wouldn't mind it going out for an appraisal, knowing that we don't have to take that. We could look at seeing what the market is currently, but I also want to make sure that staff is working with the HOA, with the community members about what are some options so they have clarity as to what's taking place. There's a lot of misinformation on social media, a lot of misinformation and assumptions going on all over the place, and that's what I don't want to see happen, because it starts to trigger all types of what ifs, right? And so if there's clarity, I'd love to have that clarity established with our NABs, with the homeowner association that's there, and I'd love to be making sure that I'm part of those conversations.
If there are any conditions you'd like added to, how we move forward with the proposed auction, we could certainly entertain those. I think that anything that might be too restrictive could, in fact, affect the assessed value. But otherwise, certainly everything you've said is very reasonable.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a couple questions. Just to clarify, building off what Councilman Delgado said, now he said go out for appraisal, but we have the appraisal.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So the appraisal's already done.
Yes.
So we're just saying, yeah, we accept the appraisal, and this is the value, 2.1 million. So there's no more, right, going out?
Correct, and that's what, for
Yeah.
clarity, I understand that.
So, but if we go out to auction, I just want to understand, it's rare that go out to auction or put it out for bid or put it out on, for sale. I mean, if would the auction be held like on a day where everyone submits their bids?
So if you,
Yes, that's what your staff's saying, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so my question is, and then what we decide, maybe we don't want to do it, like at the end of that day, like you put something out for auction, I think you're accepting either a highest bid or a qualified bidder. We wouldn't suddenly say, oh no, just kidding. I mean, we don't really mean that we want to sell it. I mean, I think if we're going to auction, we're going to complete. I mean, isn't that the plan?
I'm going to defer to Greg Salter on that.
Okay.
We do have the right to reject all bids. So the way the auction would work, the resolutions in front of you specifies a time and a date. It'd be September 13th if that's what you choose. The written bids need to be submitted by September 12th. We would open those bids on the 13th in front of the council, and then we would invite oral bids. And if there's an oral bid that's more than 5% above the highest written bid, then we'll consider it. But we do have the right to reject all bids, and we'll make sure that that right is expressed in the resolution.
So, but can you see us doing that if someone comes in with 2.3 million? I mean, on what basis would we be rejecting? We have another plan?
We don't have to specify a basis. We can reject all bids. I
Okay.
mean, that's your legislative authority. And so
Okay.
if you decide that the bids aren't enough, even though they may exceed the minimum bid amount, if you decide they're not enough, you can reject all bids.
Okay. Well, following up on that, though, I mean, to the point, there is a PUD, and I guess the question for Claudia. So you said that these were permitted for duets, but is that still today, or was that changed in a couple years ago? I don't know.
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager, that's still in effect today.
That's still
you can use a public public facility or for the duet project.
And that's duet are like town,
Correct.
duplex?
It's the same as in Unit B.
So
Village
duplex,
B.
essentially, is that what a duet is?
Correct.
And so, one other question I had is, I had a briefing with staff, and the question I had asked was, did we have any other potential city use for this property? I mean, I asked this specific question about, was it restricted to fire, or was it any kind of public use? And I even went further and said, not just city public use, a TUMWA use, needing any kind of facility, sewer use, a lift station. Were there any other agencies? I thought that we should visit with them first. And why? I'll just give you a little background. Once upon a time, I was in a public agency wanting to buy some land, and another agency just put it out for an auction when I had a very clear public purpose and desire to use that land. And suddenly I'm in a bidding war with developers to do a public project that other people, a lot of other governments supported as well. And then I'm competing in the public marketplace, over appraised value. And it was very awkward. So I said at my briefing that I at least wanted to understand, are there any other agencies that are needing land in this general area for a purpose? I didn't understand why this alternate entrance was deleted. I wasn't part of that. I'm sure that was approved by CD. Is that what happened? I'd just love to get that.
I'm not.
So this PUD, it's been said to me many times by a variety of people that there was supposed to be another exit entrance onto a different road, and that was changed.
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. There was discussion when a charter school was interested in this site, and we were looking at alternative.
Not Doral, but some other charter school.
I think it was Doral. I've talked to
Doral
some charter
was very
schools. I'm not
recent?
sure. It was, I believe it was Doral. And we were toying with the idea of an alternative access point, but we never put anything solid of where that access point would be or would be required.
I've heard it stated by the residents, and maybe Mr. Delgado knows it better since you live in this neighborhood, that there was supposed to be some other access point. Is that correct?
That was never brought to my attention.
Okay.
All
right,
to me
then-
when I purchased my home, but it's been alluded to that there was another additional access point that does not exist anymore. So I don't know how that came to be, but I was never informed nor that I know anything about
Well,
it.
the reason I'm bringing it up now is because I brought up on my briefing. I just wanted to get informed about that. Is that a fantasy of the people, never in the PUD, that there was more than these two, one out on Rio Wrangler and one out on, I'm sorry, one out on Veterans and one out on Steamboat?
Community Development Department has not done any outreach with the neighborhood to determine where the appropriate access point is because we don't have a solid plan of what's going to go on that site. We would look at that detail when a project comes
Yeah, I don't
forward,
think
but
I'm being clear.
we haven't had any meetings with the neighbors that say, this is where we
Okay.
want the access point.
Well, just to wrap up, I just wanted to make sure I understood what we were signing off on, which is to go to an auction. And it sounds like, Mr. Delgado, you'll be meeting with the residents, or the HOA or something, bringing them into this. Is that, you mentioned possible
Chair,
park
so
or whatever.
I'll have my motion ready. But wanted, of course, Madam Mayor, have her chair what we need to do.
Okay, well, I've given my issues out there. I mean, I asked them before. I didn't get just for you, Madam Mayor, Manager, I didn't get the follow-up before today. So I still had my questions, and I still do. So I appreciate it.
If I might, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. We will, as part of this process, send the property out to all of the other public agencies. Not necessarily to have a bidding war, but we will know then if they come back and tell us we would like to have some public facility there. That's information we can bring back to the council, and the council will be presented with what were the offers, what are
Okay.
the other requests.
And I'm not saying free. I'm just saying,
Right. Well, that's why we need to do that. The second thing is that this is, as we proposed it, an as-is sale, which is we're going to tell people, here's the zoning, here's the PUD, this is what you're buying. We're not representing any project, we're not representing intensification. If somebody comes back and says they want it, then that'll be a conversation with the council where you may reject the offer if they don't,
we
if
would
they
be
have
the
conditions.
ones rejecting the offer, not the staff at the time.
Well, no, it'll come to you.
Okay.
So
got
somebody,
it.
for example, if somebody comes and says, I'll give you $2.5 million, but I want to do this project on it.
I
The
understand.
council can choose as the seller of the land to say no or yes, right? And the point is that we're selling it as is. The
Okay.
zoning is the zoning. We're not representing anything other than what the zoning is.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that too. I didn't understand that we would get to. I thought it was a staff action to approve or reject the bids. Thank you.
Madam Mayor? Hold on. Councilmember McKenzie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so that brings a good point. If we put it out for bid, we get the $2.5 million bid, and the project is within the guidelines of the PUD, do we have any more control over, it's got to be built the way that the PUD is, and then it would be kind of arse backwards if we put it out for bid and then we turned it down if they intended to do exactly what was in the PUD on it. So, but they would be governed by the PUD for that construction. So anything in the PUD about access roads, what they were supposed to build, open space, all of that that's in the PUD currently would be applied to that land.
That's what applies to the property. In these situations, the council has two hats. We would have the one hat, which is the landowner selling it. Then we'd have the other hat, and we always make this very clear to people, which is any entitlement approval, and the two are not connected. So if somebody buys the property from us for a given price and they decide they want to change the zoning in the future, that is a separate discussion.
But if they want to leave it the same,
They're entitled to do just
So,
like we are.
then this is the
whatever's
next
allowed.
question I have. Does the PUD have a map for that property since it was included in the PUD as a public facility?
So it has zoning, but not a project.
Okay,
So any subdivision would have to come back through the
For
tentative
approval.
map process.
right. Thank you.
Or if there was a special use permit required, they'd have to get the special use permit.
All right, Councilmember Beckus.
I appreciate the dialogue that the council has had on this issue, and I think there's a lot of different perspectives. I was very inclined to say, yeah, let's just put it out there and reserve that right to reject, but I just don't know if that's fair to someone who might be a bidder. There's someone in a neighborhood who always, it's spring, I'm going to put my house up on the market, and then, realtors do walkthroughs, they hire a realtor, they hire walkthroughs, and then nothing materializes and they yank it. It just seems like if you're going to go to sell, the best faith is to really say, we're all in, we're going to sell. And, it's really an issue of price. That's one perspective that is making me feel a little uncomfortable because we know that people are in somewhat of a land frenzy right now. And I just hate to see a number of bidders come through and go through efforts, show their cards, and then be poor faith. I just don't think that's a good business practice on our behalf. I don't know how long the the appraisal lasts. I guess another consideration is I find this to be an area where there's a lot of flashpoints right now as it builds out. And as I look at the map, there isn't build out on this other side. And I appreciate the comment, it's public facility, it could be this or that going forward. I mean, I'm in one mind is, I understand the PUD over it, but public facility is a very broad use, is perhaps we are at a point where if we don't need the money for a purpose, and we'll see as our fiscal year goes on how, if we do, maybe we just hang because we're just not built out here, and something may come up that just has not done the right, is needed in terms of public services or facilities in this area. So that's just one thought that I'm having. All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. I think if we had some other imminent kind of public facility that we were, proposing, we might consider that. But I also kind of feel like we are in a very hot market. And why would we not take advantage of a very hot market? But with those bidders understanding that we reserve the right for any reason or no reason to reject their bid. I think as long as they are clear on what their risks are going in, I don't think there's anything bad faith because we have made that clear on the front end. I think we would be silly to not put it out there and see what the possibilities are at this time. If we're not going to use it for a fire station, as was intended, it's a hot market. Why should we not participate in a hot market?
Totally agree. All right, I'm going to send it to Councilman Delgado. All you.
And little, I think I saw the chief back there, Cochran. And only because those alluded that there was Station 12 speaking on behalf of the city that we needed the fire station. I know they don't have the administrative authority to say such, but you're here, and if you could just on record say, do you guys need the fire station or not?
Well, we don't need the fire station in that location. I can definitely confirm that,
Okay.
if that was your question. The fire station we have is right up here, so the proximity, you'd have them too close together.
Okay.
Now, having said that, growth is happening, we all know, down in that area, moving farther south, away from the ideal response district for our existing station. So I anticipate a need in that area, but farther south of this location. This location would not serve our needs.
Okay, thank you, sir. With that, Madam Mayor, I would like to move forward with the bids, moving forward with the recommendation that we move forward with getting some bids with the idea that we also reach out to the homeowners association. Because I know there's a lot of people that live within the homeowner association that have a lot of varying ideas. There needs to be clarity in terms of what that looks like and what their options are. Maybe as a private homeowner association, an opportunity if they wanted to purchase that site for other things or such. So there needs to be clarity in terms of what are their options, and so to touch base with the homeowner association with that board, and working on, and that should cover basically it.
Second. Great, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there discussion?
There is.
Councilwoman Dewar?
Yes, there was.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I just want to go on the record that during the budget process, I totally support selling this piece of property if we don't have an internal use for it. So I want to make that very clear. My only question to Councilman Delgado is if we have these in parallel, your process is like a 6-week process, a 5-week process from now to September 12th.
Yes.
Or so. Just making sure that gives you enough time, that's all.
Sure.
And wondering if we should extend it 2 weeks or something, just to make sure you have enough time to do whatever you need to do with the residents and.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. We have 6 months on appraisal?
Yeah, and actually the 6-month date expires September 13th.
You're
Okay.
sorry.
So it's sticking
Time
there?
flies.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wow. So we just got it right now after 6 months of knowing what the price was?
Well, we've been working with the Corona Cyan folks to
Yeah,
hopefully
let them
get.
know what's going on.
Yeah, and they questioned the appraisal based on the number of the units, based on 4,000 square feet. They were looking to do fewer units on bigger lots, and our appraiser did it based on the current zoning, and that's how he came to a number. And in fact, the developer also questioned his own appraiser's methodology, and he was coming in with a number significantly lower than the current fair market value.
Okay. Well, I mean, ultimately, I think we can move forward with that date, knowing that there's an opportunity for us to reject the bid as they come
And
forward.
do another appraisal,
Well, I
I
was gonna
guess.
say, I think we should do another one, because it more than
It
likely.
might be
will
higher now. Seeing what the
It's gonna come in
seeing what the
higher.
newspaper just said with the medium housing price at 390,000 here in Reno, up from what it was before. I'm sure the appraisal value is higher now.
If you're having a live auction, it's going to set the appraisal rate.
Yeah.
You're
so
right.
too.
All right. So let's move forward on that, and then as you guys stated, and we have the option to reject as well.
Could we clarify in your motion that the city council is setting the fair market value at 2.1 million also? That's
Correct. Yes.
one of
city
the
council
requirements. Thank you.
Correct.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we are on item F22.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to send it over to our city attorney, Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8405, resolution by the city council that it is in the best interest of the city to sell certain city-owned property identified as assessor parcel number 165060001 located at the intersection of Veterans Parkway and Long Meadow Drive at a public auction for a minimum price of $2,100,000 plus certain costs, and an agreement to develop the property within 12 months from close of sale in accordance with NRS 268059 through 268062 and Title 15 of the Reno Municipal Code.
Bless you. All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bless you, and do you have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, thank you. Wada Cardinelli would like to speak on this item.
All right, sounds good.
Boy, lots of information, things to change here. In light of your last decision, I would beg you to reconsider and keep the promises that you made to myself and the homeowners association. We were not in fact noticed even on Viking Home on the last item. As you know, Mr. Delgado, many of us have tried, including Corona, for over 6 months to get to you to talk about this particular item, and that did not happen. But I would hope you would listen to all the things that I did speak about. I did have those outlined. I did want to mention the 400 homes, even though they say it's zoned of those 400 homes, approximately between 20 and 25 of those are duets. That's it. They went to single-family homes. There are not duets. So to be putting duets over there, yes, it's zoned for that, but if it was zoned, then why was it not corrected? And why were the other permits allowed? So that would be a question I would have. I guess another big concern I would have is, you know that when you approved the PUD for the rest of Bella Vista, it threw us into automatic transition with the declarant. And that did cause us, we're dealing with that. And if you haven't noticed, we are also in the transition of management changes now for the association. As a homeowner, I'm speaking that, but I'm also speaking as the president that you promised us full vetting and discussions, and there's not time for that in 1 month. That really puts us on a tight schedule. We've already had 3 emergency meetings just since this declarant was determined that he could no longer be on the board. So we are literally fish out of water trying to, with me being the only person that knows the history for the last 9 years of this development. So yeah, there's a lot of history that has not been covered, that does not know, and I've been trying to get you to sit down and go over some of that with you. And I have not been able to get that appointment, and NAB has not been able to assist me either. So I would appreciate that. I hope that you will take the time as you promised. I hope you will include the HOA. I will hope you will adhere to all those people that have been reaching out to you on Facebook and in letters to meet with us. Personally, the extra things, the HOA, I can tell you, looking at the budgets and the situation they left us in, There isn't money for us to do anything. That's what I've been posting on Facebook. You've been saying that. I would love to do some of those things. We don't have that ability. I'm being honest. I'll sit down with the numbers and let you look at them. Your assessments are going to probably have to go up a lot. So I thank you for your time and I appreciate all the support.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment on this item.
Okay. Any discussion or questions from council? No further questions. May I get a motion, please?
Yeah, so the previous motion carry forward to this one? Does that make sense, or was there?
All right, I have a motion and a second.
Hold on a second, Mr. Dunn, did you have something?
No, I was going to say, if the resolution, if you want to, you can amend the resolution at this point to put in any discussion you want about inclusion of the HOA.
Yeah, so just carry forward what was
Okay,
previously to
great.
this one.
All right, and actually, I have a motion and a second, right? All right, all those, discussion, Councilman Breckus? Oh, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next item is G1, ordinance adoption.
Okay, I will send this back to our city attorney, Carl Hall.
Ordinance adoption, number 6432, case number LDC 17-00044, the cottages at the Comstock zoning map amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18, 080 of the municipal code entitled zoning rezoning 5 acres parcels totaling plus or minus 39.06 acres located west of Comstock Drive and northeast of the Union Pacific Rail Line, and plus or minus 34.8 acres of single-family residential, 6,000 square foot minimum, SF6, plus or minus 2.97 acres of industrial, and plus or minus 1.29 acres of single-family residential, 15,000 square foot minimum, to plus or minus 33.35 acres of single-family residential, 4,000 square foot minimum, plus or minus 2.69 single areas of single-family residential, 15,000 square foot minimum, and plus or minus 3.02 acres of single-family residential, 6,000 square foot minimum, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
None, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Any questions or discussion from council?
I missed part of the attorney's description. I'd get him to read that again. Move to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, we're on item G2, ordinance adoption.
All right, I'm going to send it right back to the city attorney.
Ordinance adoption number 8406, number TXT 17-00006, noticing for adoption the new master plan, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, annexation and land development, Chapter 18.06.203, public notice to include noticing requirements specific to master plan adoption, together with other matters properly related thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
No public comment. Can I have point of order clarification? This is ordinance number 6433 from the
Oh.
city attorney's office.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
All
No
right.
public comment.
You got checked.
I have a motion
Second.
to adopt and a second. All
Second.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, next item is G3.
All right, going to send it right back to the city attorney.
All right, this is number 6434, not a resolution. Ordinance adoption number 6434. Ordinance amending Title 6, Chapter 6.30 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Parking Violations, Civil Infractions, adding Section 6.30.165 entitled Qualified Alternative Few Vehicles Parking Charging Stations, making it unlawful for a vehicle other than a qualified alternative few vehicle to park in a charging station reserved for alternative few vehicles, amending Section 6.30.620 entitled Schedule of Fines, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
Hold on a second. Before doing that, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
None, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we're on item G4, ordinance adoption.
Okay, I'm going to send it right back to City Attorney Carl Hall.
Ordinance adoption number 6435. Ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 2.20 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Code of Ethics for Public Officials to modify Section 2.20.180 entitled Disclosure of Public Officers and Candidates and Section 2.20.190 entitled Campaign Contributions and Expenditures. Reports required in accordance with Assembly Bill 36, requiring the City Council to adopt an ordinance requiring the mayor and city council members to submit reports of campaign contributions in certain years together with other matters properly related thereto.
I would make a motion to adopt the resolution.
All right, thank you very much.
Or I mean, the ordinance, and my question was about the resolution. Thank you for the ordinance.
All right, thank you very much. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. I have a second from Councilmember McKenzie.
And a question?
And go right ahead,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Dewar.
I just wanted to get our attorney to, on the record, just explain about the resolution process. Just, we'll adopt the ordinance, and then you guys will come forward with a resolution laying out the specifics. That's correct? Mr. Gillis?
Thank you, Scott Gills for the record. Yeah, the resolution that staff will come with at a future date will identify the frequency of the reports in the non-election years and the coverage periods and the deadline for the report and those types of specifics.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, before we move on any further, I'm actually going to ask the audience what items they are here for. Mr. Lorton, what item are you here for?
He's here for item J2, Madam
Okay.
Mayor.
J2? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna jump to J2 and then, sir, what? I'm just here to watch. Oh, you are? Oh, okay. All right. What about you back there? This is Reno. I'm just here for the show. All right, I would be unfair if I didn't ask. All right, Ms. Damon, what item are you here for?
Here for the Broadway show.
All right. Okay, so let's jump to item J2. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, any public comment?
We have none, Madam Mayor. Oh, that's not true. I do have public comment from Eddie Lorton. However, he has requested to go after staff presentation.
I was gonna
if
say,
council
I know how he likes to go, so we'll let you go right after that. All right, go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
Madam Mayor, council members, for the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. This is a follow-up item to a previous council action. My objective today is to talk about a little bit about what the overflow shelter would be, the locations that we originally talked about, and then conclude with a recommendation on where to go next. So the overflow shelter is a critical part of our ability to house temporarily homeless people in the community that can't fit within the current CAC, Community Assistance Center. It also is necessary because of Ninth Circuit Court rulings for us to have an overflow shelter if we are going to enforce some of our rules in terms of unacceptable social behavior. So if we don't have an overflow shelter, we limit our ability to enforce laws related to inappropriate behaviors. The current concept would be to build something between 10 and 20,000 square feet in size. The overflow shelter as it exists now, which is where what we're talking about as we build this, is it's open from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. and the clients are shuttled in and shuttled out. They can walk up, I believe, as long as they come in this time, but basically right now, and we would continue this, they're brought to the facility from the CAC. There is talk, and this is not necessarily on the table right now, but we do want to have full disclosure to the public that this could be, at some point in the future, a men's shelter. However, as Pat Cashel mentioned, that would mean we'd have to add additional services and come up with some changes to the way things are run. So what we're talking about is simply having a permanent overflow shelter instead of the annual temporary shelter that we never know is going to be open or not. Some other uses that have been discussed are a commercial kitchen, in the sense of providing feeding, not necessarily a restaurant or a commercial kitchen where people can come cook, but really oriented towards feeding. a feeding area for people to be, to come to, that not only would be fed by the facility, but potentially for faith-based or other third parties in the community that want a place to feed people who are in need of food. So that would be another objective potentially. And then lastly, a kennel, which currently doesn't exist, to deal with the issue of people who may be homeless but don't have a place for their pets. So we had originally presented to you 4 sites. The one that struck out here, which is the East Commercial Road, not on the map, but basically over here, right along the river, you told us very clearly you didn't want us to consider that. So we looked at the other 3 sites that are represented here in the red, and we're back reporting to you that on site number 2, which was and still is, I think as of today, in our name under fee title, but due and owed to another party based on a development and disposition agreement for the baseball stadium. So that person was contacted. They said they have no interest in renegotiating or reconsidering that DDA. So we do not have a clear and easy opportunity to use site number 2. So we are suggesting that that one be removed from consideration. Site number 3, which is ours, but is leased to Waste Management, generates about $38,000 a year in lease payments, which we're obligated based on the RETRAC bonds to pay towards RETRAC. So if we took that site back, we could terminate the lease with Waste Management. It would have operational effects on them, but we would have to come up with a payment of $38,000 a year to make the debt payments whole for the RETRAC bond. The last site, which is the one that we're going to ask you to focus on, is this site number 1, which we call Sage Street. So this is a little bit of information. I think I might have gone through most of it, but it does give you specifically some details on that site, which is 5 acres. It would need to be released by the RETRAC lease revenue bond, which we've inquired on, and we don't think it's going to be a problem, but there will be some restrictions and limitations on how we do that. And those are listed here. There are some issues in the phase 1 study in terms of potential environmental issues because of the way the property was used before. I think there were a couple of auto repair and some other industrial uses. We won't know exactly what those costs would be until we actually get into the site development phase. If anybody has more accurate information on that, I'm sure the staff will clarify that. This is a more recent picture that we have of the site, and we did learn as we move forward that there is a fuel line, Kinder Morgan fuel line, and that's this red line that runs through the property. Initially, we thought that may hamper the ability for the site to be developed, but at least from what we know with the temporary or the preliminary markings, that should not be a restriction or limitation from using this site for the overflow shelter. However, one of the things we'll need to do if you ask us to continue is we need to go out and do some pothole to confirm the location of this pipeline. In other words, somebody's going to have to go in and we're going to have to hire someone to go drill some holes and make sure that we really do know where the pipeline is. So this is the preferred site, and our recommendation to you is to direct us to move forward with the 250 Sage Street site. We have had conversations. When this was written, we still hadn't heard from HUD, and I don't believe there is any limitation to that site for this use based on the gas line. In addition, what we would ask for you to do is to direct us to start now with the public outreach process. And we are asking that because we're fairly early in the process. Our plan would be to develop a conceptual site plan and some programmatic information so the public would know what the intent is, but we have not gone to the next step of the full-blown design due diligence work that we're going to need to do, because the next step would be to confirm some of the things we know. For example, any environmental constraints, where that pipeline is, what's the best situation in terms of developing this site for that use. So that's what we're asking. If you'd like to proceed, I do know that there's been some discussion about looking at our regional partners to see if they have sites that they would like to provide. We do have, and it's in your packet, a letter from Sparks saying that they don't really have anything that would meet the needs. We don't have anything from Washoe County. I did reach out to the county manager yesterday. I have not heard back from him. We traded text, but I have not heard back from him. I did look at both the Parr Boulevard site where the jail is and the Public Safety Center. And my preliminary look at that is that there's probably not a good place on the Public Safety Center site because of topography. But potentially, and assuming Washoe County would consider it, there may be land area on the Parr Boulevard site. I would not suggest to you that there's a certainty or guarantee that that site would be acceptable to Washoe County, but I will pursue that with the county manager to see if that site might be available or any other properties that the county might own. So that would be our intent moving forward. If we find that there's a county site that they want us to consider, then our plan would be to return to council to get direction to proceed with a public process. And just to be clear, the public process we're talking about is to make sure the public knows that we're considering the site for this use. It won't be the kind of process you have with a special use permit or anything in detail, because we're not going to have a lot of detailed answers. It really is to hopefully vet and identify any major issues so that as we move forward, if the council so chooses, the public is aware and we're aware of what their concerns are. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Right.
Quick question.
Go ahead, Councilmember McKenzie.
Before you leave, I'm sorry.
I'm going to go with Councilmember McKenzie.
I'm sorry.
Thank-
No, it's fine.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and we've worn a hole in the side of this can kicking it down the road, so it's time to move forward. But just one question I have, if we can do this at the same time, if possibly talking to the state about the property at Galletti that they have, if they would have an interest in partnering with us on that. But I don't want that to impede the process. We need to move forward. This is something we've needed, and it'd be nice to have something in place before winter.
We will do that. We'll make sure that the formal request is made, and if they, like the county, come back with some positive information, we will present that to council as an alternative.
All right. Councilwoman Dorr?
Yeah, could you put the map up again of the close-up of the site? And my question was just, are you thinking of any particular site within the 5 acres? Like, I mean, we don't need the whole 5 acres for the temporary overflow shelter, right?
We shouldn't just for the shelter.
So I guess what I'm wondering is, I'm supportive of this item moving forward. I just wanted to understand what a next step might be and where you might put it and what you might do with the remainder.
So what we would do is, just looking at the site, obviously, the middle part gives us most flexibility on a building size. So that would be the first question is, do we need more width than can be provided by the narrow
Do you
part?
know what that is, like what that width is?
I don't off the top of my head. I do know that this building we're talking about is fairly flexible. It's probably going to be based on, roof spans for a prefabricated building and not so much the interior because that's pretty flexible. So just looking at this picture, likely the center of the site would be where we'd want the shelter. Then the question becomes, what do we do with the balance of the site? As I mentioned earlier, there's been conversation about potentially doing something with a commercial kitchen by the county, which could be either a separate building or an add-on to that building. There's also been conversation about doing a kennel, which obviously wouldn't take up a whole lot of land, but would take some land. And then the feeding part. So if the council were to say to us today, if you were going to do feeding, we would prefer it to be on the east side. That would obviously be good guidance. I don't know that we're ready to suggest to you whether a feeding area should be on the east side or the west side or in the middle.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, so the road, though, goes the length, and you have the other road access.
Right,
to 4th Street.
you have both 4th Street access and Sage Street.
Right.
Being here on a curve and the narrowness, this is probably not the preferred,
Right.
but
Okay. Well, I like your concepts, of how to maybe build out the site. I would love to be able to have the kennel, although the dogs would have to come in and out right with the people. I mean, they'd have to get up at 4:32 and they'd have to, or whatever time. I hope we can change that time. But I don't, but anyway, those sound like good ideas. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with this one. I'm hearing a lot of, and it's not a word I use often, or exigency, I won't even say exigencies.
Exigencies.
Thank you. It just seems, yes, okay, yeah. I was grappling, I knew there was a word there, but it just seems to me that there might be some environmentals, it might be a men's shelter ultimately, it might be overflow, the county might want to participate. I just feel like fleshing it out a little bit more. My number one problem, though, is I think we're trying to see revitalization in the 4th Street corridor. We're about to do a major street project there. It is our effort to bring back these older business districts, and it's one that's has its challenges, has its concentrations with the other shelter, and now we're putting another one in proximity. It just feels to me that we should cast a bigger view to other locations. I've been the one promoting, is there something up at the county areas that they have? And so, I appreciate the thinking about the jail. There might be some efficiencies there with the feeding contractors and so on. I don't know. Frankly, I'd like to see the county lead on this. As you all know, I did not support the interlocal agreement because I don't believe we should be the lead agency, and I frankly don't think we should be the lead agency on constructing either an overflow or a men's shelter. I think we can bring in money to build it by committing our CDBG entitlement, as we did for the CAC, if it's going to be a long-term plan, but I'm still uncomfortable that we continue to be the lead. So I'd rather see us commit to overflow on these, as we have had to do it around, in terms of, really getting to the spot with the county to take the lead on it. So I am having a difficult time with that. I guess the next step I understand is a public input process with the 4th Street area business owners and so on. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that would be, I think the concept would be a area-specific notice with probably a more broad awareness. So not specifically limited to people next door or within like the 750-foot area, but that would be the focus to start. So we would let the public know we're having the consideration and the conversation on this, and then send out notice to a geographic area, generating what we would hope enough interest to have a conversation with those who would want to talk to us about what might happen there.
Mm-hmm. Why aren't we looking at an existing structure? It just to buy or lease long-term. It just seems, we have our fire station in a long-term lease, and that seems to be working well. Ground up seems a lot more requirement, and it sounds like it's a simple building. Why aren't we looking at an existing building or lease somewhere else? There's a lot of vacant commercial retail land.
I think that is an opportunity and an option. Those are obviously fluid. The biggest challenge we have with a lease or a purchase is right now we don't have a dedicated funding source. So if we, for example, went out to somebody who had a building that was available right now and negotiated, we would have to come back and determine with the council, city council, Sparks, and Washoe County how we come up with the money. So this was, I guess, a gradual and maybe exhaustive way to do it, piece by piece, but this is the process that we've kind of been headed down. I was not involved in the original CAC, but my understanding is that it was a very complex and lengthy process getting from the concept to the actual construction. I would anticipate that this facility will be every bit as challenging. But if the council chooses not to do this site, we don't have a lot of other property available to the city owns. We were trying to use a piece of property that the city of Reno, the city of Sparks, or Washoe County had, so we wouldn't have to at least come up with land costs. But certainly that is an alternative. We can go out to the market and see what's available, bring back parcels that could be used, and then ask the two councils and the county commission what they thought about leasing or purchasing those buildings.
I mean, you say we don't have a funding source, to lease, but if we build, we're certainly going to be having to, it seems an inconsistent argument that we don't have a funding source, but we have a funding source to build and continue to operate. I don't know.
So what, we had at one point.
What's the difference?
A lease purchase arrangement with a private party that was willing to build the facility. That never materialized, but my latest conversation with that party is that they were still might be interested in considering that. So the idea was, if we can find a site that is palatable enough for the council to direct us to proceed on, then we would engage those conversations with that lease build situation. And that was the track we were following. So the idea would be, for a period of time, out of the money that the three entities generate for this service, there would be a lease payment to a party for the construction of the building. And that's how we were looking at.
Is that the strategy for this parcel that you're thinking of?
That would be the one, because that was basically formed but not gelled, that we would start on here.
When I first came on, there were discussions similar to this with someone who was going to lease and build a police station for the city. And I just feel like there's anyone out there in the business world who wants that business option. And so I don't know. That's how you're thinking we do it?
Well, it seemed to have promise. I don't know yet. That was a year or so ago that we had that conversation.
Okay.
So.
And that's the recent conversations as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll wait my turn.
Yeah, I'm waiting my turn too.
All right, any other
I'm
conversation?
I'm chomping at the bit on this. No, you got.
Oh, God. Okay, here we are. All right, we're up and running. Councilman Delgado. And then don't worry, Eddie Lorton, I'm going to take your public comment right after.
Sure. Thank
Okay.
you. So I want to start. I think absolutely with the council, we need to move forward. We've been doing a lot of talking. This site in particular brings a lot of issues to me in terms of, I wouldn't want to put people on a land that's very questionable environmentally, especially if they found sludge and historically what they have there. I can't, in good conscience, feel good that we're going to move forward on a piece of land if there hasn't been a thorough evaluation in terms of environmental impacts of what that looks like. It's also, and it's no question for the last time we brought this forward, is we're putting this in not the best part of town, and I think that says in terms of what we feel in terms of where this community should be located. Not to say that that isn't a further conversation to have with those service providers in the community that I know are doing a lot of work, especially raw, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And to not be at the table in terms of what are some options. We've limited them down to basically this, because the one that originally was the one that the homeless shelter was supposed to go to, we're not talking about that one. All right, we took that one completely off the record. If we go down this route, I have a feeling that it's going to cost us quite a bit of funds to just get it prepped up to where we want it, in terms of making it safe, secure, and sufficient if there are families that are there, if there are kids, instead of, or maybe men, but that's a maybe, right? So there may be families, and then we're going to have others. That brings a lot more questions than just comfort of just saying this is where we should go. And that's why the last time we brought this up, I said we need to have more options. This isn't the cleanest, title for us either. You spoke to the other ones, or people that asked them. It sounds like we have 3 different bullet points here that we need to clear up as well with the bondholder. The current spot where we have is at Ralston, currently the warehouse where we have the overflow shelter. Is it Washington? That's an existing building. I know that needs upgraded, or I'm just trying to compare the comparisons in terms of financing. If they're currently at Washington, if things are holding up at Washington, what are the upgraded costs in order for us to make it strong and sufficient for that one to possibly be the next permanent shelter number 2, versus us going and expanding really strong broadly on this parcel over here. We just have a lot of concerns regarding environmental, and that's what we still don't know exactly what we're getting until we go out there. So we're starting off already with a sketchy parcel, which I'm already somewhat questionable in terms of its adjacency to the railroad track, its adjacency to the waste management, its adjacency to other blighted motels that we know we're dealing with, and what does that say for us? Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. Obviously, this is something that I have incredible interest in, have been advocating for a permanent overflow shelter for a couple of years now, and am intimately involved with the individuals that seek on a nightly basis somewhere to sleep. And that's what this is what this is doing. The city was doling out, for those who aren't familiar, a lot of money to secure a temporary overflow site. And it was kind of a hit and miss. And it ended up being financially not a very smart thing to do, because you'd get, really shorted on the lease amount because it was a very short lease period. So, and the need was certainly there. Our main shelter is at capacity virtually every day, and the overflow shelter is, we just added another 90 beds, I think, recently, and it's almost at capacity every night as well. The situation with our houseless individuals is growing. It's not shrinking. That's an unfortunate reality of all the conditions that we're in right now. So I did tour the site. I think it holds much promise for not only the overflow shelter and its capacity to serve its population and maybe have some services on property, which we currently can't do at our current overflow shelter, which I invite all the council members, if they haven't toured it, to just go look and see how bad that facility really is. I worry about the individuals that are sleeping there right now. It's a really bad situation over there. And this site appealed to me because of its size, because where it's located. It's not on the river. It's not adjacent to homes. And my fear, while I do say we pursue talking with the county, I do agree the county should play a significant role in all these things. I would like to see during the due diligence, if there is a piece of property that they could of, similar size and possibility to offer up. I think that's a good thing to do. But I worry about the due diligence period extending further. We're 2 years into this discussion and we are no further along. And I will just say, if we go back out to try to find another piece of land, I will remind everybody of the struggles we have to approve housing projects. Go ahead and imagine the struggles we will have in approving overflow or other shelter sites. I encourage you all, it's time to act on this. The environmental stuff, as I understand, was minimal that was discovered previously. And I understand you don't know what you don't know, and until you really get in there, but that's what I understood, Councilmember Delgado, was it wasn't significant. But there's this site to me is ideal, and it's time to act.
All right. Councilman Bobson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to echo a lot of the comments that Councilman Jordan just made. I think the big thing that I keep coming back to was, and I forget the statistic, staff may know this, about where we are right now with rental occupancy and what the rate is in the community, and the fact that we're full and people are starting to not have an ability to go places. And the idea that in the weekly motels, you can now get a room in a weekly motel for you can't touch one for less than $800 a month at this point. And we're talking the weeklies. I mean, this is bad, and it's getting worse. And we're in the warm weather months right now. And we're going to see definitely more camping happening this winter when the weather turns again. We are at a point where certainly we have constituents that are concerned about the camping and asking why the enforcement isn't happening. But the reality is, if we don't have the capacity, we can't do the enforcement. I mean, that is the case law. That's where we're at. And so both from the standpoint of what are we going to do to assist our neighbors without houses, and also to address this larger issue and perception issues and the challenge that we're facing as a community, this overflow shelter has been a main component of our strategy for quite some time now, not just for the city, but for, and this is speaking from the Transitional Governing Board perspective, for the two cities in the county working together. And it is interesting to note that the county just approved their additional money that they're putting toward this partnership, that when we did the re-up with VOA for the shelter operations, we identified that money for the operation of the overflow shelter. And my sense is that the initial conversation that we had with the private party to do the lease option it was pretty far down the road, but for the fact that there were some issues and concerns about the site, the fact that it was on the river. So my sense is, not having, perhaps Councilman Jordan, you've had more recent conversations, but my sense is once we get a site moving, things will start to fall into place. I'm certainly sensitive to, the environmental concerns and the site concerns, but as I see what's before us right now, it's to give staff the ability to move forward and do the due diligence and start to work through those issues and make sure that we don't have any gotchas. But if we don't start this now, I don't want to see us go another meeting without moving forward.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus. Thank you. I didn't see in the staff report, and I wasn't privy. So who is this private party that wants to build the shelter? Who is this? Because before we did it ourselves, right? And then we committed our CDBG money. That's how I thought we were going to do that.
And that's still an option. I mean, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not real comfortable throwing the name out right now because I have not asked them about this site.
Okay.
So I'd hate to represent that
Okay.
they're willing to do it on this site.
Okay.
I can tell you what was in the
Okay.
past, but it is
That's
no more.
fine. I didn't know that there were discussions going on with someone. So, and then the other thing is, I see when I read the accounts payable that we have, I think under rapid rehousing, we're putting a lot of people for just overnights, more or less, into some apartments somewhere. And I understood from my briefing with you is that would all go away and be the gap to backfill to pay for the operations of this. Because when we redid the formula, we created more money, and that's what we've been using. Is that how that's going to work?
Conceptually, yes, but I'll let Elaine maybe, if you want to add a little more to that.
Good afternoon. Elaine Wiseman for the record. What was your question?
Well, I mean, I don't know if, I understand that when we redid the formula, we had some more money. And so that money has been used. We have relationships with some property owners here. I see them on the accounts payable. I've asked about what those payments are, and it is basically that we're doing our own form of rapid rehousing to some of these people with that money that came through the increased formula. Is that correct?
That's correct, but it's not rapid rehousing, it's flexible housing. So
Okay.
the difference in the interlocal agreement between the contract with Volunteers of
Yeah.
America and the interlocal agreement amount, there was about $371,000 last fiscal year that was available. So the three jurisdictions got together, representatives, and in conjunction with the 3 community case managers that the county received a grant for, those community case managers went out onto the streets, the river, found the most vulnerable of our homeless individuals, and they put them into bridge housing.
Housing.
Which is where, and they still receive case management. So bridge housing, they primarily use motels while they are getting these individuals ready to go into permanent housing and through subsidies through the housing authority. So that's where those disbursements, that's the flex housing. We pay it, but the county reimburses us. So none of that is actually our contribution, that's the county's contribution, but that's how that works. And that's different from our rapid rehousing program.
Okay, those are the payments to the individual. I guess my point is we are using away this bridge housing to get people off the river and so on. But on the other hand, I'm being told if we don't have a place for people to go, we can't enforce the no camping. But then I'm hearing that we do have something and it's more of this scattered site. So to me, when I'm hearing a less than optimal, fully sketched out, problematic property that you have to do this now and not another season, I'm just, is that going to go away? I mean, I'm not hearing that. It sounds like we have an option. We are doing something. So I don't know.
All right, Vice Mayor Jordan?
I'm just going to interject just for a second here. For the individuals that are living along the river or under a bridge, they can't wait another season. We've been kicking this can for quite some time, and I apologize. I feel like there are a large number of individuals that aren't here to speak for themselves. So I think a number of council members are their voice today. And I will say we cannot kick this can any further. We can debate this issue to death. We can evaluate locations to death. And in the meantime, people are suffering without somewhere to sleep at night. And they deserve better.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. A quick question related to capacity. My other job, I work quite often. I go down to Record Street quite often. I know there's capacity. We also have our overflow. Can you speak to, Councilman Bobzian has spoke to that we don't have capacity. Do we currently have capacity for those that are sleeping on the river and so forth when we say there's somewhere for you to sleep? Can you guys speak to that? Were there 2 locations currently?
Yes, there are available beds.
So there are available beds and so forth. Okay. Just wanted to make sure because I'm hearing from a lot of people when I'm out there.
Right there. Let's be honest about it.
Right. We can pull real-time numbers. It depends on, at the first of the month, we might have 70 beds available at overflow. Toward the end of the month, and this is during the summer again,
Sure.
so, it's down, but toward the end of the month, we may only have 10 beds at overflow.
So I want to, as I stated earlier when I started my spill earlier, is I want us to move forward. Absolutely. But I want us to be also sensitive in terms of the other option and opportunities that we have going forward here. Just don't want to move forward just for forward's sake, right? And the big part for me too is I work with this demographic, just like a lot of other council members up here, all just about on a daily basis. And so I don't think there's anyone up here that's more expertise or more professional about it than anyone else. But I'm just being very sensitive, as Councilwoman Jarn has expressed, we're voices for those peoples up here. And so in terms of what's the best place for them, Mr. Thomas, if you have an industrial site that was previously had sledge, et cetera, would we go back as a council then say, let's now move that land use site to residential? Or what would it require from that developer to make it residentially safe for somebody? They'd have to go back and do cleanups, environmental such and such, correct? Or
Right.
how would you even go about moving it from industrial to residential without having, and there's already those industrial uses there? Those are my concerns, and I know that how much money are we gonna spend in terms of the overall site cleanup, the overall now the build out, et cetera, et cetera? Is it making sense for us to do that, or are we just doing it just to move forward and say we're doing something? Knowing that we're limited on time, I get it, but we have a lot of other balances and variables to check off. If we want to move forward and vote on this, I'll support it. I know there's going to be a lot of issues, also a lot of other conversations come back to the table because there's still a lot of conversations to need to happen.
Okay. Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm probably one of the biggest advocates of the fact that if we want to have an overflow shelter, we probably need to set it up in such a way that there's not the continuous transition back to downtown between the overflow shelter and back to downtown. But one of the things that we often overlook when we're talking about the overflow shelter, and this is one of the issues that we have at the current homeless shelter, is that we have a lot of volunteer groups that service not just the homeless, but the underemployed in our community. And they're currently utilizing our homeless shelter for that, and that facility is not set up for that. One of the true benefits I saw to this idea when we first started talking about it was the idea that we could build this to not only fit the needs of the people that were in the homeless shelter, but also to accept those demands for that area down there. And it truly is an opportunity to help a lot more people than just the homeless, because we have a lot of people in those weekly hotels down there, the underemployed, that they depend upon the services that are offered by the volunteer community and currently, and given another a more secure place to provide those services is a great benefit to that community as a whole. As to the environmental, I mean, it's mentioned in here that we've got to assess the environmental, and we're going to have to clean this site up before we can do anything with it. I don't believe that we ask a person to build something here that we're going to allow them to build it and then under conditions that we wouldn't require any other builder to do, and that's going to include the environmental cleanup of the area. And we've talked about this site in the past, and that, we don't know what that is. But the thing that we got to realize today is we're not talking about building the shelter today. We're talking about moving forward with the things to see if we can use this site. And if we delay that any longer, then we delay the opportunity to check it. And the fact that staff is working in parallel with the county, and they're going to reach out to the state at possible other sites that might be available and usable for us. I truly believe to get the most benefit for the community we currently serve with our homeless shelter, even though it may not be the best option to give the best service to those people, we've almost got to keep it in that same area so that we've got the proximity to the people in need down there. Because it isn't just the people that are sleeping under the bridges that get a benefit from what's done out of our homeless shelter. It's the people that are living in the weeklies and along with those, and as well as the people in the shelter. So I think delaying the investigation of this site another day is a tragedy. So I think we need to move forward immediately, and I'd be willing to make that motion as soon as Mr. Thornton gets done giving us his public comment.
Okay, all right, with that being said, I'm going to now send it to Councilwoman Dewar.
I was going to say the same. I was ready to make a motion.
All right, with that being said, I'm going to send it back to Madam Clerk for public comment.
Madam Mayor, our public comment on this item is from Eddie Lorton.
Mrs.
You've
Mayor,
been waiting a long time.
City Council, yes, I have. I ended up, I wanted to speak on this issue because the thing that keeps getting ignored here, this is a county issue. And just because some people think because we already took part in it, we're stuck with it. That's like if someone started drugs just because they keep using, there's a day you stop. Per the NRS codes, like I quoted 2 months ago or a month ago at the meeting, they're responsible for this whole issue. And they get all the federal grants. And then to shore that up, last time legislatively, Mr. Sandoval had ended up giving 2 counselors for the homeless to the county. He didn't give them to the city of Reno. He gave them to the county. So now when I look into this, how we're stuck with this issue, I mean, have you looked around this city and town? I'm sure you have. I live here and I don't really like going downtown, let alone if you're a business or property owner, which I am. It's scary. So build it, they will come. And we keep adding to this issue. That is a definition of insanity. If you keep doing the same thing over and over, once we built this shelter, they start coming in. It's just more and more and more. It needs to be, like Mr. Thomas said, we contacted the county. We don't hear a word. Okay, so they're not going to take part. Why do you think they want to write us a big check? But it's not as big as we do. We're $28 million into this shelter. Okay, they'll write $1 million or $2 million check like the other night. They got funding. They're going to contribute that. Why? So they can skate on it, buy us off. Then we're stuck with enforcement from our police. We tell them to clean out the rivers. Then we give the police department a hard time about wrinkling their bags. I mean, if you look around, you got to see what it's doing to business and property owners. I just hope you really consider that. I believe in a hand up, and I appreciate what you do, Naomi, definitely, and not a handout. Some take advantage of the situation, and some people need help. I understand that. But this is the county's issue. They're supposed to pay. Okay, I mean, look at, I just don't want one more time when the county out negotiates our city again. Look when it came to the firefighters negotiating. If it doesn't suit their needs, they walk away. Okay? And now if they can just give us $1 million or $2 million here and there, and we're stuck with this whole problem, how it looks if you're a tourist and you come to our city and look around, and then we're stuck with all this walking up and down the streets right in the middle of our downtown core and our business district, and they want us to do something about it, but I don't think expanding on this problem is going to help it. It's going to make it worse. So I just don't want to get out negotiated again. I know people need a place to go, and it's unfortunate people take advantage of the situation, but it's not a city issue. For the money, look into the laws. I stated the NRS's last time. They're totally responsible. Why do we keep footing the bill? So, is that it? Okay.
You have 30 seconds.
Let's see if I left anything out here. Okay. Well, I think I covered it all. But I would hope, and then lately they got the new grant. Why do you think they're going to give it all to the city of Reno? The county did. It's to get out of it. But per the law, they're responsible. Hey, this thing down here, we could utilize it, turn it into families and children, not the hardcore alcoholics and druggies and stuff like that that hurt our town. Eventually, the rumor was they wanted to keep it close to the casinos so they could spend their checks there. I don't know, it's backfired. Terrible for our city. I hope you consider all these things. It's the county's responsibility, not the city's. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm gonna actually send it to Councilmember McKenzie to make a motion. The only thing that I do want to say about that is if the county doesn't, then what? We just let people live out there?
Well, they
So,
have to.
I mean,
I like to
we can't,
litigate, take it to
you
court.
can't treat people like that. We have to have compassion and kindness. So anyway, go ahead, Councilmember.
Madam Mayor, I
McKenzie.
would move that the staff move forward under their staff recommendation. Additionally, I'd ask that they continue to work with the state and the county to see if there are reasonable alternatives to this site.
Second.
Wow, I got
Uniform.
lots of
That was-
seconds there. So I have a motion in 4 or 5 seconds. All those. No need to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. I'm going to ask that we take a quick 15-minute recess. I need council to get up and take a break. All right?
property as abandoned residential property pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 107.130.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Was there any correspondence received?
We have no public comment, and as it's not a public hearing, we have no additional comments.
Very good. May I get a motion?
Move to approve the resolution.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. H2.
Resolution number 8407, resolution to amend the fiscal year 1718 Community Development section of the fee resolution as it relates to the code enforcement certification of abandonment residential property in the city of Reno, Nevada.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We have none, Madam Vice Mayor.
May I get a motion?
Move to adopt the resolution.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We
Madam
do
Vice
not have
Mayor,
any
we're on item
ordinances.
J1.
I'm sorry, J1,
J1, presentation.
Public Works? I know. Make him wait.
Maybe I should wait.
Oh, that is the reason we postponed it, was Councilmember, because we were waiting for Councilmember Bobsey in the last time. You know what, why
Madam
don't we
Vice
do this?
Mayor,
Why don't we move to the K items?
That was my recommendation.
You're not off the hook, you're just on pause. Okay. Item K11. This is for discussion and potential appointment for the Building Enterprise Fund.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd move we appoint Doug Roberts to the Building Enterprise Fund.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item K12. For appointment of the Historical Resource.
Councilman Bobzien also.
We will hold on that one for Councilmember Bobzien. We are on to L items. L1, City Council comments, including announcements regarding city boards and commissions, activities of local charitable organizations, and upcoming local and community events. Any council members have any announcements? Councilmember
I'd just
McKenzie.
like to make one comment. I know that the last meeting when we were discussing low-income or affordable housing, that we asked staff to look into some stuff and for us to just to work on a future date. And one thing that did create, whether we've made major movement or not, is a number of members of the development community have reached out to me to talk to me about the issues that they're facing with their development and the cost of their development and we can address. So I think that moving forward in the future, if the staff gets a workshop together, the developers feel freer about coming forward with those issues because they now know that they can sound them off of us and we're not going to get mad. We're trying to find solutions to this. So if we gain nothing else, we created enough stir that the development community really wants to get involved in looking for a solution for this. So I urge staff to get a workshop together to bring the development community in so we can sit down and really hash over the obstacles we're facing on affordable housing.
Very good. Councilmember Dewar, do you have any items?
I second that because after that meeting, I was thinking about going out and doing it on my own. So I'm glad to hear that. That would work for all of us. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Delgado. Councilwoman Breckus. Nothing. All right, we are on item L1. City Council, oh, I apologize. We're going to move back. Councilmember Bobzien just jumped in here. We are on item K12, a Historical Resource Commission appointment.
I would move to appoint both Emerson Marcus and Eden Striegel to the Historical Resources Commission.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm
Motion.
very excited about both of them. They're both fantastic candidates, so good additions.
A unanimous vote. We are on item L.2, Madam Mayor.
All right. All right. Give me a second here.
And actually, this is City Attorney.
Resolution number 8408, resolution donating council donation funds to Amplify Life to support their Camp Lots of Fun, which offers educational and recreational programs for children, teens, and adults with disabilities in the amount of $1,000 general fund.
All right, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
I have none, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item L3, I'm going to send it to our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution number 8409, resolution donating council donation funds to keep Truckee Meadows beautiful to offset costs associated with their cleanup program, including neighborhood, river, and open space cleanups in the amount of $1,000 general fund.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
And Madam Mayor.
Okay, may I get a motion from Councilmember McKenzie?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item L4, sending it back to city attorney.
I don't need to read this one.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, item L5. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, jumping back to
Madam
J1,
Mayor. Yep.
right?
Correct.
And this should be the last item, I think.
Okay, here we go. Item J1, take it away, Mr. Flansburgh.
All right, thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council. My colleagues, part of the title of this was the history of creation, so if you'll just indulge me for a second. There's my little sound effects. And then God commanded that the waters shall be gathered together, and the waters he called seas, and the land he called earth.
That's awesome.
All right, that takes care of that part of the presentation. So staff was asked to come back and give a presentation. We were basically asked to talk about the Truckee River Flood Management Authority, the project, program, priorities, and scope. So we can do this pretty quickly. So this is the history of our flooding in the Truckee River, and you'll notice 1862, what they call an arc storm event, atmospheric river conditions. It does definitely flood here, and obviously a lot of work occurred in the 1930s, 40s, 50s for creating our reservoirs and things that we have today that actually are able to hold more water back and actually reduce the amount of water coming down the Truckee Canyon. And certainly that does help us, but we still flood here. We still have those opportunities for flooding. I would just point out to 1986 flood, those some of the ones of recent record that we have better memory of. It was about a 50-year event here, but if you look at the little dashed up there of the 100-year, most of the rain that fell in the east part of the Truckee Meadows, so Spanish Springs general area, and so we had a lot of flooding that was coming down from that area to hit the Truckee River. So down at Vista gauge, all the other marks here are for the Reno gauge, but that one in the Vista gauge was a 100-year event just because a lot of the water fell in that area. So it definitely, we do get flooding, just a little bit of history there of the different types of events that we've had. In 1998, there was a quarter-cent sales tax enacted. 1/8 was for retrack, 1/8 was for public safety, and the Truckee River Flood Control Project was a portion of that. Just briefly there, you'll see that the amount of money spent on projects, payroll, contracts, and so forth. I suppose one thing that would be good to mention is that 1/8 cent, or first of all, the debt will be paid off in about 2028, so 30-year bonds. That was there. Currently, the 1/8 cent generates about $9 million, with about $2 million of that going to debt service. But the way that the debt is structured, the future payments through till 2028 do continue to rise. So it's not just a straight line. And approximately $850,000 of the $12.2 million for fund balance in fiscal year 16 is dedicated or committed to contracts and studies. In 2005, there was a flood project director that was hired, and we have her in our midst. So, so Director Doer was the first director of the flood project. There was a flood project coordinating committee. There were 22 committee members. Now, how did we get to that from the 98 to the 2005? It was in the county, but there was just a point came when it just needed to be bigger. We bring more people into the house, if you will. So we had 22 committee members. There were, that's the voting and non-voting members to that committee. That included University of Nevada, Reno Sparks, Washoe County, and I think that was it. Dr. Doer, yeah.
We'll talk about Story County later, but they didn't.
Yeah. And a plan was created, and that plan is called the Living River Plan. And that was an all-in plan. It had lots, it really was a community-driven plan, but it also had a large price tag. It was about $1.6 billion. And so but there were several things that were initiated, Truckee River Early Action Projects, which I'll talk in some of the accomplishments, obviously land purchases, and other river restoration projects. In 2012, the Flood Project Coordinating Committee moved to the Flood Management Authority, and they had the ability to collect fees, rates, and charges. We went down to only 6 members. It was all unanimous consent on the voting, so everything had to be unanimous to pass. And then the reason for this purpose was to have a single entity for the agreement going out to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Building, they're asking me about unanimous consent.
Oh.
It was a constant effort to keep everybody on the playing field together, holding hands, moving forward. But we did it. We got a lot done.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, there were no.
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 I thought it came to us when we were early on and it said that one member of each jurisdiction had to vote positively.
We tried to change it when the JPA was adopted, and actually it was City of Reno that in the end decided no, that they still wanted unanimous vote.
Oh, okay. I know it came before us since I've been on, but maybe we turned it down. Thanks.
Flood project accomplishments. One of the largest things that was accomplished was the $48 million in flood-prone properties, demolished some structures, and then some of these early action projects. We talked about the Virginia Street Bridge. You can see the funding there, the North Truckee Drain with Sparks. Previous to that was the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. There was the home elevation program, and one home elevated. And just to speak to that a little bit, that program still is viable. There's still homes that would benefit from that. The problem came in for tax complications. So if the home elevation, the homeowner would need to report the cost of the home elevation as basically income and then be taxed on it. And that's kind of what was holding that up. It has not changed. Yeah. One thing I just point out is during the 2017, the January storm event, we had some really good information that was pulled out of the modeling, that we were able to get some inundation maps that really helped us as we had, again, several days to react to that January event. The flood projects, the modeling did give us a good idea what we were looking at in the downtown area, which helped us to concentrate our efforts. So back to that, the Living River project, it says value engineering here, but it was basically changed from the Living River plan to the local rate plan, which is what do we think we can bear. And that project came in at about $450 million. That would end up having us needing to finance about $400 million. The reason for the difference there is that $48 million roughly in land purchases. So that's why the price tag is down at about $400 million based on that local rate plan. The federal interest in the project is about $180 million. That federal interest came from the local rate plan, but was only at a 50-year protection. So one of the things that the Flood Management Authority did was go back and get approval to put into the project for the 100-year, even though the federal interest would still stay at the 50-year rate. So what's in the project? So we're looking for that 100-year protection. In downtown Reno, we know one of the decisions we made early on Virginia Street Bridge was we weren't going to get a 100-year protection. We weren't going to have the freeboard requirement that was needed for a 100-year. And we were really trying to play with how much rise in that bridge we could deal with versus the impacts to the adjacent properties. And so we have something a little less than 100-year with the 4-year freeboard requirements that they have. The 50-year project was authorized in 2014, and it has and they do have the ability to do the 100-year, and that's where that $400 million and the federal share comes in. One of the things that's being worked on right now between the Army Corps and the Flood Management Authority is to come up with what they call common features. So they're looking at the 100-year plan and the 50-year plan. They're looking at what common features, what would be the same regardless. Maybe it's some terracing for flood storage in some of the areas. So they're looking at those projects so they can move forward with some preliminary engineering and design so that we can get the project moving from where it is today. At the same time, many of you know, there was a committee that was developed in this last legislature, which I'll talk next. I'm going to cover real quick what those features of the flood project are. It's basically a series of levees and flood walls. It's the terracing of certain areas for creating additional floodplain. It's replacement of bridges. Those are the main features of it. For the city of Reno, we have a flood wall from Arlington to Jones. We're looking at the Booth Street Bridge, potential to remove that bridge and replace it with pedestrian bike. The problem with Booth Street Bridge is it's a narrowing, and that narrowing will induce flooding. And so it is an impediment to being able to cover the capacity of water we need to through that channel. We'd also look at raising pedestrian bridges upstream and downstream of Arlington and floodproofing some of our downtown buildings. Additional features would be replacing some of the flood walls we currently have in downtown. Again, we'd look at those on a timing basis. We're looking at the three main bridges of Sierra, Center, and Lake. Arlington Bridge isn't one of the bridges that's critical because we have a greater width at Arlington. There's actually a north bridge and a south bridge with Wingfield in the middle. And so we have enough flood capacity there, so it's not really a flood project as much as it is a transportation project for Arlington. We have the Wells Avenue pedestrian bridge that would need to be removed. And then there's a flood wall at Grand Sierra, and then the terracing down at Mill Street. Those would be City of Reno flood project features. Now back to the Funding and Advisory Committee. So there was a Funding Needs Committee that came through AB 375. And so basically they're going to be tasked with creating a ballot question to come back to the voters in 2018, November 2018. Meanwhile, they're going to be developing what does that look like, and they will consider areas outside of the Truckee River Flood Project to be funded. And they're going to look at the funding options. So look at all the projects, what would need to be built, what would be added into that, what are the funding options, what does that look like in terms of cost, and then go out to the voters with a ballot question. And Madam Mayor gets to choose the person who's going to be on that committee as the City of Reno as her appointee. So she has
My
the ability to
appointee?
appoint. Yes,
Which you have already done.
I thought I did that.
So I'm mentioning that you have and your
I thought we were
appointee
getting a new
is
one.
and your
I was
appointee
gonna look
is
to all of you guys and go,
And who's your appointment?
and your appointee is
Tell who your
Oh, it's Dave Ayazi.
okay.
Someone
Very good.
that everyone's probably very familiar with.
Absolutely.
It's Mr. Dave Ayazi.
Very good.
And he has a long history with
And he was
this
on this
organization,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
so I think he's the perfect person.
So what are our challenges? Again, Army Corps of Engineers, their processes are lengthy. There's a lot that goes into the project before and during the design, before we actually get out there, and then, of course, the follow-up of that. Federal funding is appropriated according to the presidential budget, and you have to get congressional authorization. It has to be on nationwide priorities. It has to be in your recent memory. So there are a lot of challenges with that. We also aren't sure what the public response is going to be to the 2018 ballot question, and we don't even know what that question is going to look like at this point or what's going to be recommended. There are some parts of the flood project has the ability to increase some water surface elevations in our meadows general area. And then the target construction schedule is 10 years. And we know the funding from the federal government is going to come all in one lump sum. It's going to be parsed out and probably in smaller increments. We're being told maybe 10 to 20 million at best. So we were asked for the City of Reno staff perspective. So staff perspective is on the Truckee River Flood Project, we looked at 30 to 40% of the costs are going to be in the City of Reno, meaning features that are in the City of Reno. We think that probably we're going to be looking at 50, 60% of the rate generation for the flood project will come from the citizens of Reno. It doesn't address other regional flood issues, and that's a major issue for us. We know what we dealt with this last January and February. That's why this needs committee being brought together is going to be considering other needs besides just the Truckee River needs. We know what we're dealing with in North Valleys. And so we do see that where some of these other issues are, and being able to address all of those would be important to us. Some elements of downtown Reno are not going to be necessarily acceptable to all. So, for instance, Booth Street Bridge, that's a major connection for some folks, and taking that out, there's probably going to be some controversy removing the automobile traffic and just having it be bikes and peds. and some of the elements that we do that may be constructed, we know will not necessarily cause downstream flow increases. And let me explain what that means. There is a hydraulic break between basically I-580 to the west and I-580 to the east, meaning when we have flood features in downtown for, let's say, a bridge that would back up water, and the water would back up so that it would flow out of the banks and would go around somewhere and then come back in. That water is just going out and coming back in. It's not water that would not end up getting down the river. So if we are able to build some of these elements, we're not necessarily going to cause any harm downstream from that hydraulic break. So those are some, that would actually be, maybe a benefit of being able to start some of our projects earlier on. Finally, as I mentioned, we know we have other areas. So Autumn Hills, Offenhauser, Brunson, the irrigation ditches. We're just finishing up some work on Sagittarius Aquila. I mentioned the North Valleys. And then, of course, just other drainage and maintenance improvement projects that we are aware of. So if the funding project, if the initiative goes to the voters and it's approved, then we're a partner and we would move forward with that project. If it does not get approved, then we have to ask ourselves, then what are we going to do if that doesn't get approved? And so I would just say that there are some options available to us. And one of those could be the establishment of a stormwater utility. I wrote a memo a year ago, staff wrote the memo, and I reviewed and forwarded on. But we had looked at a stormwater utility, and I was not in favor of that. Not in favor of stormwater utility if we're going to just do what we're doing today and not have anything different. I am in favor of a stormwater utility if it attaches to it a large capital program. We define which projects that we would go and build, and then we would establish a rate and go forward to build those projects. That would be the correct way to work with a stormwater utility. Again, we could include some of the city of Reno, the Truckee River Flood Project features, and we could also look at our other drainage improvement needs as part of that, and we'd come back with one package. And again, the caution in the bottom here is that any Truckee River features are still going to have U.S. Army Corps processes and environmental impact statements. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, fantastic. Okay, I'm sure we all want to jump in. So I'll start with you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation with a humorous start. I appreciate it. I've been wanting this issue to come forward to the council more than it has, and I find it such an important issue. It's something that I'm hearing from Ward 1 residents so often about that, frankly, I'd like it to be front and center to us and a topic of discussion and moving in a direction here at this table, even if it came forward every other month. I find it that important for us to figure out what we're going to do. So having said that, I have one question to start with. The flood project, it could have gone through a rate setting. They had the power, the independent power, those 6 members, to set rates, correct? And they had correct? The legislature gave them power to set rates.
They had the ability to do that. I think some of the questions of whether it was going to be a rate, a fee, or a tax type situation, that was certainly a consideration.
Okay, so as far as I saw it, and that was kind of hit me during the legislative session, is, the legislature gives away to local governments so few power to raise revenue, and they did it. And it was a punt now to go down and ask we don't want to do it, we're going to have the voters do it. That's why I objected with that legislation. I am very concerned when you start talking about going to the voters about a vote for taxation, it's not just about flood, it's about what's my commitment to invest in public good. And I'm not so sure that this is the highest and best need for going out to the voters for something. I think it has to also be in the bundle of other agencies. We know the school district did. We know we're kind of tapped out, but but long-term, part of our long-term financial planning, I think there's just a lot of ways. That's why I thought when you have this ability to raise rates, or do raise revenue, why then set it up to go to the voters? And that was very disconcerting to me. So I did not support that. It's very likely that I would not support, unless I see some very convincing argument, to do this question, which I understand was based on the Washoe County 1 model, but sales tax was pulled out. But it would allow for property. How would that taxation be different, or revenue source be different than the rate setting? Is there a nuance in how it would be established?
So the Needs Committee is going to get together and look at all the different funding sources and what would be available. It may not just be one funding source, it may be a couple different. And they do have the ability to also put a fee or charge or tax structure, however you want to call it, whatever that would end up being, on those that receive a direct benefit as opposed to the indirect benefit areas.
Okay, so they have some different constraints that possibly, maybe those would end up being more equitable, maybe not, I don't know. I was concerned about that. I just, and then it's punted to a committee, so that's why I was not supportive of that. And then, who has the ultimate decision whether or not to put it on the 2018 ballot?
My understanding is that if they come up with a question, it will go on the ballot. If they're not able to come up with that question in the time frame that they have, then I mean, if they didn't have it ready, it wouldn't be ready.
So they have this independent authority that skips over, because the county commission could put questions on the ballot, we can put questions on the ballot. They have this individual authority.
They do it.
They get to do it.
Legislation says the Needs
It
Committee
punted.
does it, there it
Okay, okay. I think, I still oppose this, and I am concerned that it could have unintended consequences. That aside, I find it very interesting that you say, we're the revenue generator, but we're not the ones who need the most of the improvements as related to the river, and that's...
I didn't say that. I said that the benefit and the cost, I gave you what we feel is going to generally come out with that. So
But
yeah, we will be, I believe we will be heavier contributors, but the major features of the project within the city of Reno are not the most substantial cost.
Okay, so I guess from my perspective, it's this concept of a donor versus a receiver. You know, it's kind of a funding sort of thing. You see it at the federal level. I think, and the whole complication with the federal and trying to get the match, in this federal world, it seems like that effort has been going on for so long and not getting anywhere. And I would like to see discussion at this table regardless of this committee and what they do in the question, because I'd hate to see that bog us down for a year and a half, frankly, and then no progress is made. I would like to see the Reno City Council look at that 8-cent sales tax and discuss a distribution formula for different needs to the jurisdictions. Let them partner on specific projects when they're ready to partner on a specific projects. Let them take it apart to their own needs when they need to, match it with other funds, whatever. And at the same time, think about bringing forward a stormwater utility that can deal with the Aquilas, with the Lemon Valleys. And so I mean, it's a very broad discussion, but I just feel that it is where we need to have our heads. So that's my thinking. Thank you. Back over to our water expert. Don't tell him to do it.
I think we have a few, but anyway, thank you. A few things for the record. I was disappointed that the fee did not pass through the flood project. We spent so much time on it while I was there. We had a consultant, they had done the work. Literally, I guess I expected them to move forward and adopt the fee within months after I left. So it's been 6 years, and that didn't happen. And I'm sure that the people that serve now, you know, and the people that served before those people, you know, understand the intricacies and the reasons, but it was very well laid out, to Councilwoman Breckus's point, to move forward with a fee. And maybe a fee will be part of this ultimately. As to, you know, the imbalance perhaps of contributions and benefits, I mean, the thought was really that this is a regional project. It's one region, just like we have the one Truckee River. The idea was that water knows no boundaries. They don't know where the boundaries of Reno and Sparks are, and the boundaries of Sparks and Washoe County are. We're all affected when this flood comes. It doesn't matter if the airport is in Reno. That affects people, you know, far outside these three jurisdictions. So we looked at major facilities, roads like I-80 that actually caved in the flood of 97. where the road was being eaten away. That affects everybody. That affects Reno very significantly and all of our partners. So in some, I personally did not go for that model, like you pay what your benefit is. How can you even figure that out in a regional situation? And then the final thing I want to focus on is just the stormwater piece. I wasn't clear, Mr. Flansburgh, if you were saying that the flood project's focus would expand beyond the river with this. Is that the expectation?
So the needs committee will be looking at additional projects, not necessarily just those of the river that were tied to the local rate plan, or they will be looking at some other, but it will not be their primary focus.
Well, I mean, our primary focus right now, we've done a huge thing with the bridge. That was major. We obviously have the other bridges, but we have a very large stormwater problem. And you pointed out that it was going to take, when you did your study, somewhere between $100 and $200 million just to deal with that, so I guess I'm trying to understand, would a portion of this new funding go to that? That's your anticipation?
What I would say, if the ballot question did not pass in November, I would be bringing back a program to the council for your consideration that would include not just the features that were part of the flood project within Reno, but also the ditches, the North Valleys, the other areas that we are aware of and would put in there. And I would put a program of projects together, if you would, so that we could look at what it would take to do all of those projects.
All right.
And
well, I'm
that's
excited
that's
about
what
that
I would
aspect,
that's
regardless.
what I expect to set a fee for.
Okay, well, regardless of pass-fail, I think we need to know what that is and get
Agreed.
a handle on it right now,
Agreed.
so we're prepared.
And
Thank
we are putting those together.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And the idea that we're going to, even if the ballot question does pass, that we're going to get funding to address those other needs is a guess, and it's a pretty wild guess right now, given the fact that it takes a unanimous vote of that board to designate a project, and the majority of that board, or many members of that board, don't believe that anything outside of the Truckee River is important. So.
Even if only one member, right?
And it only needs to be one. So the idea that we're going to need to address our own issues ourselves anyway is one that we need to truly be considering in depth and moving forward with. And that graphic you showed of the floods, the 86 flood was pretty similar to the flood we had this year. The main storm event didn't happen in the Truckee River drainage directly. It happened in the mountains, and the drainages were affected in the North Valleys and in Spanish Springs. And of course, because of Spanish Springs drainage, and the North Truckee drain will adjust that to where it lets it out, so that event we won't see that event repeat itself supposedly. But we're faced with the fact that the issues we had in the south part of Reno with the ditches, and I mean the north part of Reno, if there's a high school goes on Wild Creek, we've just eliminated a whole bunch of flood control, because Wild Creek's used as flood control for Sun Valley, and it doesn't take much of an event to cause a flood in Sun Valley. And so we're going to have issues in the north part of Reno that are in the Truckee River drain, and none of those are part of the current flood program. So we're going to have to be looking pretty seriously at how we're going to address those issues as a city without the assistance of flood control, regardless whether the ballot question passes or not.
All right, Councilwoman Ruckus.
So let me ask this. Is there any construction projects going on right now with that $9 million that's coming in from the 8-cent sales tax?
So they're participating in some funding. I want to say the North Truckee Drain, there was some participation there. I'd have to look at the latest capital improvement program. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, the North Truckee Drain has been a capital project under construction for some time now, right?
It had phases.
You know, just like we finished the Virginia Street Bridge, I think that one's all done. I read the flood project agendas and minutes, and all I see is more consultants, more contracts, more study. Where's the capital? Second point, in all due respect to my colleague, Ms. Stewart, I've heard that the rate setting, when it went, showed something like the Mayberry and Mayberry in Hunter Lake, the Rayleighs there had about a $30,000 assessment. Someone told me that number. That's far from the river. That part, no need.
$1.29 a month, but just per home, but
Okay,
it doesn't
well,
matter.
it was on the
Didn't pass.
commercial. It was on the commercial. So I don't know. I mean, I've always heard that the rate setting with the way things were done, even with the skinny project, was just never going to pass. I think that we need to accept funding realities of $9 million a year. To get to unanimous is distribute that out to a funding formula, as I stated, and I'm going to be very disappointed if we're sitting here for 18 months, letting this committee with independent authority figure out things and then decide if we're going to stand up a stormwater committee. I was at an elderly couple's house 3 weeks ago to Friday. They've lived there for 35 years. They've seen things that they've never seen. They're very concerned about the last subdivision up in Collin Ranch that's going to be coming down their way. And I'm hearing those stories all over, and we are not taking the step to address the broader. And so I think this council needs to give direction to move in our own way, and because on our own path towards the stormwater utility needs. I don't know if it's utility, but it's the needs. And also not hold our hands while this question goes forward. And I also think that I'll repeat again that the question to the voters on the river project, that's a tough one. I mean, the voters, that may compete with something, if that goes down, it leaves the option for something else to not come forward in the future, whether it's a police station, a fire station, or something else. Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, thank you. Just to that final point that Ms. Breckus made, I concur. I've been very impressed with what Sparks did. Back in 2008, they self-assessed every homeowner in Sparks $5.41 a month to deal with stormwater issues with or without the flood project. And they figured that that would help make a match, or that would help further their goals in dealing with stormwater. And I really think it's possible we can do something similar. We don't have to adopt their rate, but my gosh, they've been doing that now for 9 years. Self-assessing every month, every home, $5.41, and every business on a different rate schedule. That I'm not recommending that particular rate schedule, but a rate schedule to start getting a handle on their problems. So it's just, they've been doing it for 8 years, and we have not, or 9 years. And so it's just something to think about, that it's not going to be enough, whatever the flood project does. So thank you.
And that's in addition to their stormwater program. That is actually their capital side.
Right. So.
Can you also maybe give us an idea or background? Are they involved? Because from what I understand, they don't help with the recovery. They just are preventative. Am I right?
No.
No?
I don't really know what that means, I guess. They're
like, let's say, and actually, I think it would be good to have a little bit of an update how, what the efforts are with the county, like in Lemon Valley.
Mm-hmm. So perhaps I could bring back another presentation, maybe the second meeting in September or something like that, but only to just do like a FEMA update on our projects, where we stand with FEMA, the projects that went out, where we are, and potential hazard mitigation projects that we're looking to propose.
Mm-hmm. But you are working with the county in the
Absolutely.
whole area? Okay.
For instance, we opened Lemon Drive.
Yeah, which is great.
For the majority of Lemon Drive, we opened that up last Friday with the county.
Okay. But the flood project, do they play a role in that?
They do not.
Okay, so that was my point, is that they don't do recovery.
I thought you said Sparks.
No.
No, the flood project is only focused on the river, and that's why I asked my question, were they going to broaden their focus to something else?
Right.
And it sounds like they might.
Okay. All right, Councilman Bobstein.
I get done with legislative sessions and I think that I can just, leave them behind and look at them through the rearview mirror and move on, but I find myself right back in it. And the conversations that we had around this bill with Sparks and how to deal with this issue of, yes, we have this long-term engagement on the river. Yes, we have this funding source that is for the river. Yes, we have the projects that are for the river. And yes, the authority is focused on the river. And yet, when you talk about flooding, given our experience this past winter, the voters who are going to be examining this issue are going to be thinking about all of these other areas that are not covered. It is interesting to hear Mr. Flansburgh, raise this idea of, yes, perhaps we have to look at a stormwater utility of some sort. And I think to Councilwoman Breckis's concerns that, we're going to wait 18 months and then see what's going to happen. The way the bill is crafted, it is complicated, but I think that the work that myself and Councilman McKenzie did in our negotiations with Sparks to try to broaden the scope of what this funding needs committee could do does provide an opportunity to start some conversations about these other areas and how we're going to address them. So yeah, at the end of it, their work product, the ballot initiative, is not going to include a solution necessarily for these problems, but this will be a forum for talking about these other issues. And so I don't think we're going to have to wait 18 months to start that conversation. I think that, our representative on that committee that the mayor appointed and hopefully others will be able to have the chance to begin talking about all of these other needs and having a public dialogue about how to address those and how to move them forward. So,
If I may, just to that point, staff isn't going to wait around for 18 weeks or 18 months. We're moving forward now with looking at the areas where we had issues, trying to come up with some projects in general scope, because we're going to need to supply the needs committee with other areas besides just the Truckee River to put those together. All that work that we do in the project development is going to inform us what those costs are, and if we end up going to our own utility, we will need that information. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, a final thought on that.
Go right ahead, Councilman Dorn.
Just to that point, just let's all remember that the Clark County Flood Control District, they don't have a river, and they deal with flooding across the entire valley. Number two, this particular project, the money has already been used for things that are not on the river. And you made the point, but I think it's worth repeating. These funds were used to build the regional EOC that we've all been to. These funds were used to build the Public Safety Training Center, all for public safety, but not just about the river. And so I think it might be a bit of a artificial constraint or an argument to just say this is just for the river. So I think to that point, and I think Councilwoman Bobzian brought it up, that there's opportunity. There's no legislation restricting the flood project to be just about the river. We have precedent in Southern Nevada. So I think we have some good models to go forward with.
All right. Any further questions, concerns, comments? Nothing. All right. Well, that means you did a great job. Did you want to? Nothing? No? Okay. So do we have to? Do you want to come on up? We wanted more music. Okay. With that being said, I guess we don't. Do we just motion to accept? No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And where are we, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we are on item public comment, and we don't have any, so the next item would be adjournment.
I was going to say, wait a minute. Councilmember McKenzie, this is your item, all you. All right. Motion adjourned, or motion approved. Motion adjourned.
on the region.
Being in the data center industry, geography really is everything, which is the reason that we've constructed something called the Super Loop.